Then you clap for.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dahlia Brown, and I am also from Bowie State University.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Oscar Okike from the University of Nairobi Pharmacy.
Good morning. My name is Damaris Way from the University of Nairobi Department of Chemistry. Good morning. My name is Lois Mumbi from the Department of Biology, University of Nairobi. Good morning. My name is Shubasa Makobe from the University of Nairobi.
Good morning. My name is Dr. John Martins from the University of Howard University, DC.
Here you just laugh.
Good morning, my name is Rose Kathy. I'm from the University of the District.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Wenge from the University of Nairobi Department of Pharmacy.
Good morning. My name is Peter Wachiro from the University of the District of Columbia, Biology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Glenn Hall from the University of the District of Columbia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Papa Hoyek from Howard University.
Hi, my name is Ida. I'm from the City University of New York.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Karama. I'm from Bowie State University.
My name is Lucas Mandela from UON Department of Medicine.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Omomo from University of Nairobi.
Good morning. I'm Griffin Willis from the University of Nairobi Department of Biology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raquel Holmes, and I am from Morgan State University Department of Biology.
Hi, everyone. I'm Marjorie Bonarete from the National Quality Control Laboratory.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abubakar Salis Warau from Morgan State University Department of Chemistry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Kene from Isipe, Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Nico Griffin. I'm from Towson University Department of Chemistry, Forensic Science.
Good morning. I'm Judy Bigambo from the Department of Biology, University of Nairobi.
Greetings. My name is Madison Marshall. I'm from Bowie State University Department of Biology.
Good morning. My name is Manofi Kone. I'm from Bowie State University Department of Biology.
Good morning. My name is Ashton Weber. I'm from Howard University Department of Biology.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Naomi Haimba from Ministry of Livestock Development, Department of Analytical Chemistry.
Go to our guest.
Good morning, Professor Orua Jennifer. I'm from Kenya Medical Research Institute, Department for Resource Development and Knowledge Management.
My name is Sarah Motti. I'm from the Ministry.
Hi, my name is Zavi Jeseto from ISIP.
Then now we introduce our guests, who are the DI, the directors of this institute.
My name is John. I'm coming from Morgan State University.
Then the major one.
Good morning, my name is Sam Osama, who is State University.
So now you know who is beside you. In Kenya, you must know who is sitting beside you. so it's now my pleasure to introduce our guests. We'll just we'll greet you briefly. So I will start with the director of UNES, who has been taking care of us throughout the 3 weeks. So just a word of greeting. He made sure that we ate and the courses went well, everything went well, the slideshows and everything. So Dr. Seth Abeka just greet us for 2 minutes.
Good morning from all programs of staff. My name is Seth Abeka, the Managing Director of UNES. I'm happy that all has gone well. I can see happy faces. I've just seen the people are having good work. Congratulations, all of you. Can I say a big clap to each one of us?
Then to his assistant also to greet us now that you have.
Thank you, Prof. Stanley Ngachi is my name. In charge of consultancy, training, and capacity building. This whole exercise is basically domiciled within the consultancy arm of UNES. Thank you.
Then finally, I'll pass it over to Professor Kababu, who is representing the chair of Department of Biology, where I come from. And then he will greet us and then invite the representative of the team to open up the session, the symposium. If we don't open the symposium, I can lose my job.
Good morning. Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, directors, facilitators, participants, trainees, ladies and gentlemen. The Department of Biology is really proud to be a collaborator, facilitator in this very novel initiative. And we hope that the learners have interacted and learned from this rare pool of international world-class experts. This is a very rare gathering. It should have made headline news in Kenya. But I think we are doing good things. I have been in this area to some extent of natural products because I am the thematic head of the natural products, biological products. I have worked with Melia, with me, so I know what we are coming from. So it is good to see even in this country that several departments, biology, pharmacy, chemistry, name it, are working towards the same goal. So we hope you have had the productive stay here, and you can be sure that the Department of Biology is committed to continue being a collaborator, a facilitator. We hope we have not let you down. We hope we met your expectations. But we can assure you, we will keep improving. We will strive to improve. Okay? And I take this opportunity to ask our learners to really keep in touch with the lecturers, with the trainees, with the lecturers here, their supervisors, so that Kenya is not left behind in this new area. Even pronouncing this name for some of us, mental, people asking what the hell is all this? Let us not be left behind, because we used to know biochemistry, herbal medicine, what else? Those are the names we used to use. Okay. So you are welcome again to the Department of Biology, and keep in touch with our staff in herbarium. We have a fairly vibrant plant taxonomy and I would say plant taxonomy and Sheila. Yeah, and herbarium techniques. And for that reason, feel free to get in touch with our staff anytime. Okay. Now, I take this this opportunity. I'm humbled and I'm glad to be proud to be the one inviting the Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, our substantive Dean, Professor Kerubo is away on official duties, but is ably represented by Professor Andrew Kahonge, the chairman of the department of the School of Computing.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kaparu. So my name is Andrew Mwaura Kahonge. I have 3 names, not more. And I'm here to present the dean who was called on short notice on another, some other duties by the Vice Chancellor. That's why she asked me to come and present her. So I'm actually very humbled to be amidst colleagues from other departments. I did not hear anyone from computer science. So I think I'm the only one from computer science. So directors, trainers, facilitators, trainees, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you so much for coming to this event, for this closing symposium. I hope you've had a very good 3 weeks of training, and I'm happy to be here to close the ceremony. So the Dean sends her regards, and she wanted me to say that she hoped that you felt most welcome at the Faculty of Science and Technology. She's the Dean, so that's like her home. When visitors come there, she's the one who welcomes them, and when they're leaving, she's the one who actually gives a farewell. So I'm very happy. I hope that the training has been very good. And I saw this one for the first time today. I never had, I thought it was a typo, so it was more like a tongue twister. It's agronomics, but I've been informed that it's about natural products. And I would say that Africa, especially, is very rich in natural products. We have a very wide variety of plants. And I think there's a lot that you can find out there if you can tune our frequency to what we have, that the God-given gift of natural products that we have. And we have had herbal medicine for a long time. I remember my folks would say that if you have a toothache, you crush an avocado seed, and it would actually work. So of course now having learned, and I thought maybe it was just something in mind, but it's actually true if you do that. Aloe vera has been very much used even in our home places. I even once had a poem about aloe vera. But the only verse that I can remember is that it was now from the first person. The person was saying that, you know, I treat, I heal, but where I do not heal, I do not harm. Which is a very powerful statement, because pharmaceuticals, they are there to help us, but some do have side effects. Our natural products are very good because they rarely have side effects. And we just need to know how to use them, to have ways of measuring their active ingredients, so to have the dosage correct, so that you really have a productive and healthy lifestyle. So with those few remarks, I'd like to welcome you and open the symposium and pass it over back to our professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Let's clap for the Dean again. That's how we do it in Kenya. So now, before we just go, I would like to give Dr. Professor Osando the opportunity to introduce to the guests a brief about this institute. Professor Osando. You know, one of the things I do is I teach. Normally, when you are teaching, you have somewhere you put your notes. I just somewhere was looking to see if I can find even a place to put my notes here. And then I can also say something small. To the dean and the chairs and invited guests, to the University of Nairobi collaborators, Professor Oluka, Professor Sheila, to Eunice, our wonderful host, Isipe, wonderful collaborator, to Kamak International. They should be viewing online, and to the wonderful, wonderful fellows of this institute. I want to greet you this morning in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm privileged to be in Kenya because in Kenya, you can say in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. If this is offensive to the Americans, please forgive me. But I just got myself some freedom here. I want to thank Him, the Lord Jesus Christ, and my Savior and my Lord. When I stand here today, I am amazed at what the Lord has done. I thank Him, I give Him glory, and I give Him honor for making me the servant of all of you. And I have said this more than once, and I mean it, that God gave me the opportunity to serve you in this capacity. I want to especially appreciate my co-peer, Dr. Peng, with whom we have had a long, long time collaboration. Dr. Peng's lab is my lab, and my lab is Dr. Peng's. Dr. Peng, before I say a thing, I want you to come and say something, and then I will conclude. Please come.
Okay. First, still I want to appreciate our host here, the school department, not only department of biology or department of pharmacy and SCs, without all your help and of course the camera online. And even other institutes like Catholic help us to get samples. Without all your support, it's not true. And also I appreciate the student from Kenya. So we have the student from America. You guys, I see you guys collaborate very well. I guess now you become friends and you learn from each other. I hope you can keep this relationship for all your full career time. Sometime you'll be welcome to US to visit your US friends. I'm very happy to collaborate with Dr. Simmons. When I moved to Morgan sometime when somebody, in fact, previous I'm not me, Dr. Simmons. So from another, he's also from Dr. Machira from Finland. So Dr. Simmons contacted him to looking for a candidate to do a collaboration. Nowadays, going to science always collaboration. Biologist and chemistry from their college graduate administration to get this done. So she contacted me and I said, good idea. So I'm doing this chemistry on plants. So her initiative is plants. We collaborate very well. We have now three. Yeah, three grants together. I believe we have more in the future. So we have this planning, and I think it is more review and for more years. So, but I see our collaboration well, and now I see our collaboration already extended to this units. So Dr. Shiva, we and Dr. Chideno, we expect some collaborative publication soon within this year. So I hope hopefully sustain our collaboration between Bowie, Morgan, and Nairobi for the future for a long time. Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you. He's the chemist in my life. I'm a plant scientist, and therefore I kind of go into a lot of chemistry, but I'm not a chemist. Plant Metabolomics Advanced Training Institute is, as I said earlier, a collaboration between Bowie State University, Morgan State University in the US, and University of Nairobi in Kenya, ISIPE, International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology. I hope I got it right. And then Camargue all the way in Switzerland, as is the lead scientist, is Dr. Rich. I think they call him Ike Rich, but this recently Dr. Ahab has joined us. And so this is an institute that is funded by National Science Foundation. And even as I begin, I wanted to go in record that we are very, very grateful to the National Science Foundation that has made this a possibility, given us the funding that we need to run this institute that runs for 3 weeks only 3 weeks. And as Dr. Peng said, we have other grant-funded activities that are going on even as we stop. Today, I want to acknowledge such activity because we have the fellows in the room, so it would be so, I think, wrong if I didn't appreciate the Excellence in Research team. Please stand, let's appreciate them. Excellence in Research team. And for this team, the host is Professor Sheila. Please, let's appreciate her. So even though we conclude this particular project, we have, and this one is still ongoing, and so they are going to be here for a little while. Now, the goal of this project is to give our students an experience, a global experience and research or training experience. Our goal is that our fellows would have a chance to do training, do research in a global setting. And therefore, every fellow from US has been paired, hopefully, with a Kenyan fellow. And I remember when on Thursday we were just concluding the whole research, it was beautiful to see the fellows in their groups working, interacting, discussing. It was so wonderful. And I'm just so grateful for every fellow from the US, every fellow from Kenya that has put in so much, energy. They were there every morning. They listened. And the fellows could not do it with the wonderful, wonderful professors and trainers that were there faithfully training us on plant metabolomics. Our emphasis is to use metabolomic approaches to study the rich plant biodiversity that is found in the tropics and especially in Kenya. Some of these plants have been used for medical purposes for a long, long time. And the fellows are going to specifically talk about their plants of choice. And therefore, I want to appreciate the trainers, the professors that have trained us and helped us to understand. We have chemists and we have biologists. The chemists may be a little bit more into chemistry, but the biologists, some of them may not have even heard about mass spectroscopy. But Dr. Peng helped us to understand this equipment. Dr. Gisetto with GC, and they trained us, and we were able to use this equipment. Dr. Eham, who should be here, with HPTLC. When we concluded HPTLC, It was beautiful to see the students just doing their work. We watched, and then we asked them, please give us, your perspective, and they talked to us. It was wonderful. I know that it has been said that I should say the successes and the challenges. For me, I count this a great, great success. And I want to appreciate the trainers. So can somebody help me give a big hand, just the normal hand, I don't know the Kenyan one, to the trainers. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Gisetu. Thank you, Dr. Apeng and Dr. Judy, Professor Oluka, Professor Sheila. Somebody's talking to her, and I want her to know that I really appreciate you. A hand for her. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm just so grateful at the end of this training to say a big, big thank you to everybody and anybody that has been involved. Sometimes at this time we forget some names, but Eunice, the food was good. Especially those of us who have a Kenyan background, you gave us the best. The chicken, the goat, the pilau, mukimo, and all of that. It was just so wonderful. Thank you so much. Of course, the meeting place was all very nice. All this technical help that we needed, everybody was there. The internet was on and off, But there was always somebody working on it. So we managed. So thank you so much. Last but not least, I want to appreciate the fellows. I want to thank you. I was telling you today, we will see all smiles. I want to see a smile from every fellow. Somebody smiling this morning. You are so happy because you made it. Yes. I see a smile from Peter. A hand for Peter. He's the only one smiling. Yes, a hand for yourself. Wow, you made it. Hallelujah. You made it. And it's wonderful. Now, as I conclude, I want a big hand for my Lord and my Savior, Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. You shall a lot of love, the King of Kings. Father, I give you praise. I give you glory. I honor you this morning. I thank you, my God. Blessed be the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and my Savior.
You can just go home now. So thank you very much, Dr. Sana, for the presentation and also for the prayers. We needed it, and we give all glory to God for the achievements that there is. It's not by our strength, but by His strength and power. So now I want to introduce. You will also wear this sometime. I want to introduce Professor Rua and this is her short bio. Professor Rua is an associate professor of pharmacy. She has vast experience in medical research with particular focus on medicinal plants. She's also the deputy director of knowledge management at KEMRI, the Kenya Medical Research Institute. She's a holder of notable awards like OGW for excellence in research, FPSK for leadership in professional practice, Africa Evidence Leadership Award, and use of research for championing evidence. Welcome, Professor. You will also need this. Presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here with the fellows, the researchers, the champions of medicinal plants research. As you've heard, I am in the Department of Knowledge Management, and there we preach sharing. So I believe you have all shared your information from the different sectors where you come from, and by sharing we are multiplying our knowledge. So I believe we are more knowledgeable than when we came to Nairobi. Is that so? Have we added enough knowledge to push us? Okay, so I have a presentation, a very brief one, so that we know the practice of traditional medicine in Kenya. Yes, herbal medicine practice in Kenya. I was going to talk about that. I know there is a lot of information that we can pass over to our, particularly the visitors from, is it only America or we have some other countries represented? Just America, there's Uganda. I'm being told we have also Uganda, but Uganda we share the practice of traditional medicine. I know we have commonly, globally, just two systems of health, and that is the conventional, which we can call allopathic. If you look at that diagram, we have the allopathic or conventional system of medicine, and then we have traditional system of medicine. All these having a common objective to restore our health. But I just want to mention another system, and that is healthy lifestyle. There are those who can be able to keep their health well by just the way they live. There is this saying which goes, for some of us now who have not managed to keep a healthy lifestyle, we have very many diseases. So when we go to hospital, we come up with a basket of drugs. So we say that we make drugs our food. But we are being advised we should be making food our drugs. If we live healthy, if we are able to eat healthy, we can have exercises as appropriate. We will need no drugs or no medicine. But how easy is that? Just a mention. In Kenya, our national healthcare system is based entirely on allopathic medicine. And I know we mostly we have a conventional medicine as our healthcare system, but we have been really struggling to see if we can also incorporate the traditional medicine practice into our health systems. It's been a long journey. I hope one day we'll manage, but traditional medicine use is largely informal and occurs outside the official healthcare system. The struggle continues. We hope we can be able to do that. So where do Kenyans seek get well. Where do we go? Of course, the majority will say go to attend conventional doctors. Yes. And when it reaches a point when our conventional drugs cannot help us, we turn to the traditional healers. And in fact, most traditional healers, they are able to treat some diseases which cannot be handled by the medical practitioners, mostly psychologists. So where do we go? We are talking about 28.3% seeking help from the hospitals or health centers, 26.3% seeking help from the herbalists, and 31% seeking help from traditional healers. The herbalists use only medicinal plants. Traditional healers use other forms of treatment. So if you look at that, we have a larger percentage seeking help from alternative medicine. So what are these alternative systems of medicine? Our practitioners can be divided into traditional healers. Traditional healers, of course, will use medicine from plants, from animals, from mineral sources. And these healers also, some of them have specialized training, and they can do some specific things. Like you find a traditional healer being able to set the broken bones by just touching. The beauty is, even these people, they use herbs to be able to touch the broken bones and set it so that it gets better than even when you go for surgery. And this happens again. Then we have the herbalist. We have the traditional birth attendants. These are mostly women. And there was a time Kenya almost incorporated them into the healthcare system, but there were challenges. The psychotherapists, these are the ones who deal with the mind of the people. And sometimes people are sick, particularly the mental health. In Kenya, I think the traditional healers are able to handle mental health compared to the conventional healers. The spiritual healers claim that they get their strength from spirits. They are informed maybe in their dreams or told what to do. In Kisii, we actually even have brain surgeons. I don't know whether they exist now, but there has been a history of specialized brain surgeons in our Kisii land, and I think another area also. All these people incorporate different kinds of medicines as they treat. Herbal medicine is using only herbs or medicinal plants. So this is a system where these plants, they use all the parts of the plants. They use roots, stems, leaves, seeds for treatment. And as I had said, herbal medicine is the most widely used form of traditional medicine. Why? Because most of the time, herbal medicine or medicinal plants, we can actually find methodologies to analyze. The other forms of treatments are not very easy. to analyze. So currently, traditional medicine or herbal medicine enjoys the existence of validation techniques. And that is why you find most of our researchers are screening plants to be able to develop lead compounds for their new chemotherapeutic agents. And I believe we are also trying to find diverse methods, different methods of finding what is in these plants. We acknowledge the fact that traditional medicinal plants have provided the sources of several drugs that are even still used today. Most of the conventional medicines came from drugs in one way or another, plants. And artemisinin, for example, some of these were discovered from medicinal plants. The antitussive protein came from P. somniferum, morphine the same, digoxin from digitalis, of course quinine from antimalarial, Resa, which is antimalarial, it came from cinchona. We have Resapin, vincristine, anti-cancer. I know we read literature and find that mostly these Catharanthus rosea come from South Africa, but in Kenya, we have a lot of it at the coast in Mombasa, and that is where we can find it. So as we read the literature, the publications talking about Kenyan medicinal plants or Kenyan use of herbal medicines, we find, as we already heard, that we are rich in medicinal plants, very, very rich resource. Herbal medicine is widely used, as I have said, and most of our publications, you find that ethnobotanical plant use are focused in some selected Kenyan communities. That means that our culture, as much as we use the same plants, we use them differently in different cultures. So there's a lot of publications on this. We can find also research has been generated for the potential safety activity of several medicinal plants against various diseases. In addition to finding this information in books and publications, there are also some important databases which provide information on Kenyan medicinal plants. And as I heard in the morning that we are looking, all of us have selected medicinal plants to use. I believe if you continue with your program, you could also be looking for some medicinal plants from Kenya. That is why I hope this information I'm sharing of the sources of information how you can get plants from Kenya will be useful. So there are some important databases which provide information on some Kenyan medicinal plants. Two examples are Kenya Resource Center for Indigenous Knowledge and the National Museums of Kenya. And the development of databases containing information on both the botanical and the properties of the extracts from the plant is important to future research and development. There exists quite an amount of databases. We have the PROTA, Plant Resource of Tropical Africa database, Traditional Medicine database, and the database for natural and traditional pesticidal materials, pest control in sub-Saharan Africa. But we also have some databases in our national institutions who have been carrying out a lot of research on medicinal plants. Kenya Medical Research Institute, where I work, we have the Center for Traditional Medicine and Drugs Research. And this center actually is open every Wednesday morning just to capture the tacit knowledge of the traditional healers. And these are documented. That's a rich database. Of course, they also do botanical studies, they evaluate plants, they conserve, and they have a database of many plants which are treating different diseases, which they have actually verified. The last time I was in CP, actually they were having herbal products. I don't know if they still do. We have anybody from CP here? Yes. Thank you. So CPE must be having a very good database where we can source important information. Chemfree also does a lot of botanical studies and conservation studies of medicinal plants, and of course the universities with the database, all of them. National Museums of Kenya, of course, I have mentioned, and the NMK also has taken a big part in coordinating the development of traditional medicine policy and legislation. So, as we talk about what we have done, there are always challenges. So you read this documentation, you read publications, the papers, you see we still have challenges. And the biggest challenge, which has been mentioned, is our inability to integrate herbal medicine into mainstream healthcare. Why? Because of lack of national policy and regulatory framework. Though I saw in the program there was a Ministry of Health going to tell us more about this policy. We have struggled. I remember I was once part of it quite 10, 15 years ago. But I hope we'll see the end of the channel very soon. We shall see light. Of course, issues pertaining to safety, efficacy, quality access, and rational use of traditional medicines is also a challenge. Why? We do a lot of research, and we have also improved some of our medicines which can be put on the shelves. But we know that it's difficult to subject plant extracts. Plant extracts have very complex metabolite mixtures. So that is the challenge the scientists are having. They have very complex metabolite mixtures, but if I heard well, we are going into advances in technology and we'll be able to easily now find what is the content of our herbal extracts. So we require this, and your work, I believe, will improve and give us solutions to these challenges. We also talk about lack of healthy cooperation and communication between alternative medicine providers and medical practitioners. Because if we have to integrate, if we have to work together in the Kenyan health systems, we need to understand each other, both conventional and traditional healers. Why is this so? Unlike other countries of the world, Our Kenyan medical doctors do not receive any training in the herbal medicine at all. So they cannot be told at the end of their training when they have been trained through the conventional way to appreciate traditional medicine. For example, Germany and France, all health professionals receive training in herbal medicine, and herbal medicine forms part of their treatment options. They are introduced to this system before they come out. So you find a lot of medicinal plants products developed in Germany. In Asia also the medical doctors actually go up to postgraduate. Some challenges also occur because we have very useful resources. Some of these resources we don't do research on them. Some medicinal plants are neglected and underutilized. I remember we had a project funded by NRF, that's the National Research Fund, and we were looking at the Bambara nut. This nut, apart from being nutritional, we found it had very good anti-cancer properties. So if we can be looking at these neglected plants, we can also find rich sources of information for further studies. The marine plants also are very good, but they are undervalued. We are not aware because there's very little research, there's very little publications for those marine sources. In addition to lacking proper policies, we also need a clear policy on intellectual property rights and equity benefits relating to herbal medicine. IPR for herbal medicine sometimes is a challenge. This is a resource from the community. So who do you give the rights? I know in South Africa what they do, if a medicinal plant has been found useful and it's a community, they build maybe hospitals, schools for that community. In Kenya, I believe when I bring you my plant, I need to be the one who has the right to it. It's a community, so IPR is still a challenge. There is bioprivacy. We also use our plants, harvest them and sell them sustainably, and this also contributes to the deforestation. So I know deforestation comes in because we have continued to change our national environment into peaks. So this is also a big challenge. There are social cultural issues. We don't study much about drug-herb interactions. This information is required. And the process of registration, they are always complaining. So how do we manage the little knowledge we have? No, we don't have little knowledge. We have a lot of it. And we continue harvesting this knowledge. We know that the use of traditional medicine is growing. There is evidence for safety and efficacy. We need improved access. We need enhanced rational use so that it is already being used. How can we ensure that our public knows what we are using? I will just make a few suggestions. If we support documentation, we are able to have a number of databases. We are able to access information for use, either in further research We need to support research because sometimes we say it's a challenge to standardize our products. Quality control. We need to monitor and continuously improve the regulatory mechanisms for the traditional medicine healthcare practice. If we also support strategic options based on natural products discovery, we can do a lot with our natural products. We need to ride on that gap that the industries are now at a loss in developing new drugs. You develop a drug, resistance comes. It is useless. You need to develop another. So it's becoming expensive. So if we ride on that gap and support natural products discovery, it will be very helpful. Do a lot of challenges, and we could be going back to our roots, just as you were all in medicinal plants. Look at that history. 2000 BC, we were all using herbal medicine. The Stone Age, was it the Stone Age? Here in this route, all of us who were there during that period. Then just when Christ was born, Christianity started creeping in. And we said that should deceive them. Say a prayer. But the prayers we are saying now in Kenya are linked with some other interesting things. So in 1000 BC, the root is hidden. Go for prayers. Then prayers became superstitious, and I'm sure in Kenya we are very superstitious now with the environment we are seeing with prayers. Here, drink this potion. As the days go by, the years go by, the centuries go by, the critics decided this potion is fake. Let us swallow the pill. That is where now the manufacturing industries were bringing in the pill into the world healthcare system. The pill became ineffective. We continued discovering antibiotics. Then these antibiotics couldn't work anymore right now. So we are going back to the roots. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that nice presentation, telling us that we are going back looking for the roots. So now we will listen to thank you, to Dr. Boya's presentation from Ministry of Health, and I will give you 10 minutes because we are running late. Thanks, 10 minutes.
Morning, everyone. I'm obviously Dr. Dre. I introduced myself as Dr. Sarah Mwangi. I'm obviously not Dr. Dre. My name is Dr. Sarah Mwangi. I'm here to represent Dr. Dre, who is away officially. And we work together. So we work at the Ministry of Health, where we have a division of health products and technologies. And that is where we have the division of, we have a directorate based on the new structure that has come up. And I work under the division of traditional and alternative medicine. So mainly what I can do today is I've been asked to speak about the national policy use of herbal products. I thank Professor Paul she's happily explained what these herbal products are. Yeah, so one of the things that we do, one of the challenges that she mentioned was about the policy. I think she also mentioned that she also has worked on the policy. Maybe the state advantage is that right now we've got a draft to finish the policy. We've, now it's at the level of the cabinet secretary. So it's just approval process. So in the next 1 year, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah. So that will obviously streamline these herbal products and knowing that they'll be able to be regulated. The other thing is that we're also working with the National Health Practitioners, which again is also at the level of the legal office in the Ministry of Health. So very soon it will be at the AG's office, then internally to the Parliament. But it's made quite some steps. Yeah. So there's quite a bit in terms of integration of the herbal products into the ministry, and that is what we're working towards. As a division, that is our priority, even if it's part of our work plan, actually. And since now we put under the ministry, under the Directorate of Health Products and Technologies, which is recognized even in the institution, in the Health Act, we are hoping now with the good we are going to fast track the policy enforcement. The other thing I would like to mention is that pharmacy enforcement, which mentioned that it's a challenge. Actually, what happens is that they require the herbalists require that they keep their products, and most of them are not very positive, revealing what contains these products. Yeah. Again, we are having challenges with intellectual property. So what we're doing is that at the pharmacy enforcement court, they're only required to just present a small. It has been simplified. It's just that they still that back and forth. It's just maybe they still that back and forth because most of them come to come back again in terms of research when they're told to they present something evidence based because these are things that are going to be used for humans. So again, they need to be regulated. But once we have the policy in place, it will be clear cut. Once we have the bill in place, it will be clear cut. So we're hoping at least in the next few months we'll be able to harmonize and work together. Then the other thing we also mentioned that Kenya Bureau of Standards, which is also part of they do a lot of traditional medicine, we do the standardization of the traditional medicine, but it's more the technologies, not the herbal products. Yeah. So with that, we still work with them so that we're able to see how are we going to also help our herbalists, how are we going to see that these herbal products can be used safely. Yeah. Then the other thing is that at the ministry, the herbalists are not regulated by the Ministry of Health, they're regulated by the Ministry of Culture. And that is where the problem lies. So once we mainstream and get them and integrate them into the healthcare system, it will be much easier for them to be able to work together. So that is currently ongoing. There are talks which are still ongoing, so we are doing that. The other thing is that we work mainly with the health practitioners, these are the homeopaths, the acupuncturists, the chiropractors. Those ones we regulate in the ministry. And we're able to just at least know where some of them are located at. Yeah. And I think I don't know what else to mention about the policy. Because I know the policy and the big ones that is done integration into the system. I think we'll be able to have our herbal products being listed, even in the having a database for it. Okay? I think that's it.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah and Jennifer, for taking us through the journey of this is the root, eat the root, don't eat the root, back to eating the root, and now to policy. So don't ask me how long it takes to make policy work in Kenya. That one we'll talk another day. But at least she says that they are working on it. So thank you very much for this session, for highlighting this, even as we go ahead working on metabolomics of these medicinal plants. So now we will break and have a cup of tea, and then.
So, any good was in the rate? Is there a room with one patient?
Oh, question, okay. All right, we'll take up questions for 2, 3, 4 questions for the presenters. Susan, policy is very sensitive, so be careful as you ask her. And then for her also, any questions? The chair, we want to.
Thank you so much. I wish to ask Professor Orwa, you talked about people who use herbs, others who use conventional medicine, and then people who integrate both. And they go to conventional medicine, and sometimes they use herbs, sometimes they use both. And how does that work?
That is how
No, the normal people, the people who sometimes go to the herbs, and then together with that they also go to the clinic. So you find that they're using both conventional and herbal medicine. And is there a percentage of those people, and what are the implications?
Any other question? So is there anyone who goes to medicine and back to herb? I think I do. So is there
Yeah, that was a wonderful presentation by the two. Mine goes to Dr. San. We have products like herbal tea. How are they? Why are they so much kind of they hit the market faster than the other herbal products? If you just comment on that.
any other? One more? Oh, 2 more. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Mwangi. And you may not have an answer, but how is it that herbal medicine is under culture or herbal use and not under health? That's really confusing.
Thank you so much. My name is Sam. I'm part of UNES Secretariat at University of Nairobi. But I think this question have always bothered me. I think this is the right forum to ask. The herbal medicine, when it comes to the content and the prescriptions and the consumption or anything that surrounds that, you realize when you go to the chemist, you don't always be given medication based on prescription. And therefore, some are written 1 times something with the mg and the grammage. But when it comes to the herbal medicine, you are told to drink. So who measures the chemical content in this herbal medicine? And when do you probably going to get overdosed? And how then do you know that you already consumed enough that you're supposed to stop? So probably this could be the right forum. I wanted, but I think I'm asking the right people and the right group. Thank you so much.
And then I will just add you one more. Why are we slow at completing the policy on herbal medicines? And yet we take, just like Dr. Chiseto said, when we go out now for tea, we'll get the herbal teas. So when does it stop being a herb to be regulated and we are already drinking it? So we will start with the professor.
Thank you very much. I think I have 3 questions. The second one, I didn't hear it properly. Would you like to repeat? The second question, it was asked.
Just answer the question.
Okay, that one passes. The first one was a little bit also interesting. Those who use herbs, there are those who go to conventional medicine. How does it work? I did indicate that sometimes we go for conventional medicine first. When we have taken it for several years, we say, let me try the herb. And remember, I said we need to do research so that we are also able to know any contraindications between herbal medicine and conventional medicine. So it is the work of research. It is our work to make sure that conventional medicine and traditional medicine, we don't have any drug-drug interactions. If we get this evidence and we are mainstreaming the main healthcare system, we can always advise. So the work still goes back to us. And you know, traditional medicine has been there with us for many, many years, and it is our culture. I know this should be answered from the Ministry of Health, but it's a cultural system, and that is why it went to the culture department, because it has been taken as a cultural system. Is now science is bringing up some evidence to show that it's actually a medical system and it can fit in between the two. So now it is culture. There is one, the dosage for traditional medicine, since it's cultural, since they have been handing it down from generation to generation, they use their intuition to tell you take one glass. But now it's for us research scientists to work on this research, develop standardization, and develop medicines that can now be taken in proper research. Thank you.
Okay, one of the questions has been answered about why the reason why they are still in the Ministry of Culture, because they are part of the indigenous knowledge, and that is where we start. And the information has been passed on. So it's only now, like as she has mentioned, I don't want to repeat that. Then the other thing was on herbal teas. Herbal teas, it's more of KEBS issue, because it's regulation, it's teas that are like the way you have food products. Yeah, so there's a division, there's actually a department in, for traditional and alternative medicine that also is in KEBS. So they also look at all those technologies and they look at how, that's why maybe probably it's a fast process, because they're looking at it as a food. It's not part of medicine, this is food. So that's a different regulator altogether. The other thing was, why is it a slow process? Getting the policy. I think with all the bureaucracies that involve the protocols, we have to just accept a few challenges here and there, but we managed to get everyone, all the stakeholders involved, and finally it is at this final stage where it is now back at our own division. So that is what we are working on. And unfortunately, yes, it's a slow process, but at least something is being done. Thank you.
So our guests, thank you very much once again for coming and for your time. And please have tea with us before. So everyone, let's go for tea now. And then after tea, we have the presentation. So the first person on the list, just get ready as you take your tea in your mind.
inaisha leo.
and the herbs were meant for to serve mankind. So what you're doing is not still within. Even when you go to Quran, it's the same story. Ask Abu Bakr. It's the same story in all those religious documents. So for this particular time, I wish to appoint here. So we'll be my timekeeper today. Because Ashton did a good job last year being a timekeeper, but today maybe the first session I will be the timekeeper. So you have been given exactly how many minutes? 20 minutes all around, so questions. So I expect within 15 minutes you're done. If you can do it even less, that will be fine because you know the content. And you don't have to go into too much detail. Just tell us what is new in your life, because this is what you've been doing. So the first group we have the Regina group, and we are talking, the guys will be talking to us will be Ashton and Oscar. So the floor is all yours.
All right, guys, first one. Now, I wish I could say I'm setting the stage for excellence, but after seeing y'all work, I'm so proud of you guys. You blew us out of the water. As we see, I kind of just did a few little crosses, a few more results, and this is from last year, so I know I wish I was setting the stage, but it's all on you, right? So, me and Oscar are going to be talking about Erythema absinica. Now, obviously, we can't start these presentations without going through a little background of traditional medicine. Fortunately, I have an easy job because we had some lovely presentations this morning that already took care of it for me. But I know this is kind of odd for us, right? Especially those of us in the Western Hemisphere. Traditional medicine, plants, come on. But how many of us have aspirin in our medicine cabinets? Show of hands, guys. I mean, I'm genuinely surprised it's only one or two. Well, that is one of the oldest forms because for millennia, people have been using salicylic acid. And you might see that pop up a couple of times in these presentations. And how did they discover it? Well, through the very same thing that we did. Except, you know, instead of taking a century, we somehow did it in 3 weeks. So give yourself a hand, right? Now, let's talk a little bit about our plant. For those of you lucky enough to come with us on Saturday, we saw it was a big, beautiful tree, right? So every part of this tree is used, from the leaves, the bark, the roots, and even the very pretty flowers, which is responsible for all the pings you're seeing today. We didn't get to see those this time, unfortunately. And obviously, it is very rich in certain secondary metabolites, the buzzword of this whole presentation, including flavonoids, alkaloids, terpenoids, catenynes, chromones, lots of chemistry stuff that I'm sure we're kind of sick of hearing by now, at least the non-chemists of us. So, from Erythema, because of its importance, a plethora of compounds have been identified. Some of the main ones are erythromycin, pyrosidine, and then licorocosine A. And they've been documented for anti-cancer, anti-diabetic, basically every ailment you can imagine. Now, obviously, the purpose of our study specifically, we were going to look into the pharmacological applications of these plants because despite its prevalence in Eastern Africa and other homeopathy, there are no drugs derived directly from it. Additionally, we're going to be comparing the content between the different leaf parts and kind of cross-referencing it with the literature because maybe we'll find something new, right? That's kind of the purpose of metabolomics. Now, obviously, materials and methods, we collected the samples from Akos County, Kenya. Probably butchering that a little bit, but say love me, right? From this, we characterize them from DTLC, HPLC, and GCMS. All right, methodology, we're going to skip over this in the interest of time, and we all did the same thing. So, as I said, methodology, we got two physicasts. I hope you guys appreciate this. Last year, we had it done over in Switzerland. Really appreciate the HPTLC Association, but it was not hands-on. And I will say this year, our results for HPTLC were truly the stars of the show. All right, parameters, blah, blah, blah. We have a poster for this, right, guys? Now, what was this supposed to tell us? Any thoughts? Maybe you guys have your own testable questions? Not a very interactive crowd. Alright, well, as I said, we were looking at different parts of the tree and we're trying to see if any new compounds could be found that were not characterized in literature. But before we go into the results, I want to just take a quick note on erythema. As we can see, SB is stem bark, R is root, and L is leaves. Every part is used, but primarily it is a stem bark. And that's obviously the fun one to get, right? You get to machete, chop, chop. Alright, and what did our results look like? Well, I don't have to tell you guys. Any balloon study, we had a lot of data, which we had to filter through. And I think on that note, it is then up. HPTLC is first, so I guess I gotta keep talking. I'm gonna need a cup of tea after this, right? Now, here's a selection of our HPTLC results in visible light. And one of the interesting things to note is the standardized, optimized mobile phase that we got from Switzerland was this one right here. But we found extraction was even better in these. Now, it's a little hard to see with resolution, and we only see like a little bit of compounds with some separation, but next slide, please, Oscar. Look what happens when you look at fluorescence. Really very distinctive chromatograms, right? This is very important because a lot of the bioactives actually do have this characteristic fluorescence. So here we're seeing distinct differences between both the parts of the plant. Here we have the, oh, I should really know what these are, but I'm not pretty sure this is the bark and these are the leaves. So here we have completely different metabolite fingerprints for both the parts and very different ones between bubble phases, which kind of shows the importance of optimizing. I mean, if we just use this bubble phase, what would that tell us? We would have missed literally all of these compounds here of such great importance. And then we also did an antioxidant assay this year. Now, you guys are going to be blown away when you see Dean. I kind of took a sneak peek at some of the other posters. But here we see a little bit of antioxidant activity after about 10 minutes, which is characteristic of something that it's not exclusively used for antioxidants, but it's used a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Oscar, for the presentation. I'm supposed to take from you the LCMS. We already saw the method. And as per the LCMS, you find that we don't have a library that you can always search through the system or the software. You have to generate a library that will be using for the identification of your compounds as per the LCMS. And from here, we saw a number of studies in literature which had published a number of compounds from this plant. And there was a specific study which had over 125 compounds. However, out of all those compounds, flavonoids, terpenoids, and alkaloids were the most common phytochemicals in both the root bark and the leaves. And as per our results, we generated the molecular library of the various compounds from literature, and we had a number of compounds also from literature with the molecular weights. So as per LCMS technique, we are supposed to scan the positive and negative scan mode, and then from here, we had compounds from the first one, as you can see, the leaf bark. We found over 6 compounds when we kept on comparing the molecular ions which were being released by the peaks against the molecular weight that we had from literature, and gave us those interesting compounds, around 6 of them. And both of these compounds, both in the leaf bark and the bark and the leaves, we were able to identify those 6 compounds. And this told us that there are quite a number of other phytochemicals that could be identified. But as per the search and the molecular level that we had, we came up with around 6. We are looking at the molecular, let me say the base peaks, the Ires peaks from the LCMS data. So plus M plus 1 is more than 1 by your molecular weight that you have in the library, and then M minus 1 in the negative ionization mode. So as per, because the HPLC was also hyphenated or interface with the UV, and with the UV, you know, we just plot this chromatogram to appreciate the different things which are being shown that there was absorbance within, UV operated between 190 to 900 nanometers. So, and out of our 6 phytochemicals, we found most all of them were flavonoids. We were expecting absorption at maybe 200 to 220 and 230 or 240. So from this, the chromatogram makes us to appreciate that there were compounds which have absorbed the UV radiation. And then with a single out some few, we are trying to compare the retention time at which we are seeing those spectrums and with that of the LCMS. So the absorbance could see at around 200. They are suggesting that we had our flavonoids, and specifically we looked at the retention time at which they were being eluted from the LCMS and the UV. It's not GCMS as you can see from that, it's LCMS, there's some error. So those are the two compounds which are so close to what we saw in the LCMS as the retention time comparison. And then from here, when we went to the GCMS, as we searched in the list library, we found a number of peaks. And these peaks were corresponding to those phytochemicals. Out of these, we will try comparing the bark, the root bark, and the leaves. And we found some compounds which we find both in the leaf tissues and the root bark. However, the concentrations were a little bit they are not the same. So meaning you find that like the largest one you see there in blue, this one here, that one is cyclic octoatomic sulfur. It's also appearing in the leaf tissue, but you find here it's around 40.4%. The other side is around 39.3%, close to a little bit near. But the squalene, which was the least compound in terms of abundance, here squalene of course appearing both in the bark and then also the leaf tissues. But squalene in the bark was around showing around 4 point something. 4.4%, but in the leaf tissue it was showing around 0.6%. And these are all compounds of interest in the various traditional medicine practices. So, from here, we say that several compounds were known to be bioactive, and we found them in our plants as we screen them through the various methods. So a large number of compounds are identified in the current literature, which were also not found in our sample, and then also several metabolites profile. They are defined because differently when you look at, as I already explained earlier on, between the different tissues. So meaning we also need to further optimize the techniques to be able to accurately maybe determine the different compounds.
Alright, and as I said, one thing to definitely look at is that quality. It is not in the literature. It appeared in both the root and bark. It's a known anti-inflammatory agent. And it did appear last year too, so I don't know if it's specific to candy trees, but interesting little finding there. Now, another thing I wanted to briefly talk about that kind of just shows a novel application of these methods is who here saw this chemical? I know Alan did. Anyone else? All right. Was it oddly high concentration? Because I should have mentioned those relative abundances that Oscar showed you before. I took out this 2-omeprazine because, you know, this is what we're trying to focus on, right? Because these are from the plants. This is not actually organically occurring. Can anyone guess what this is? Yep, so it's used as a pesticide. I've seen it also used as a corrosion inhibitor. But most importantly, it's actually classified as E2 by the USDA as a probable human carcinogen. Now, what was that doing out in an organic farm? Thoughts? Concerns? Hopefully some concerns, right? But that kind of just shows that sometimes these methods can actually be used for relatively quick screening of things that are not supposed to be there. I mean, come on. We did this in 3 weeks. And most of us came in, some of us didn't even know what GCMS was, right? Well, maybe we did. We're a much better group, as I said. But just another interesting finding that is of kind of a lot of importance. And I think on that note, we have to give our acknowledgments and special thanks. We could have not done this without obviously Dr. Payne, who got us to the chemistry, Dr. Pisetto, and Dr. Moran from Switzerland, Dr. Judy for the collection, Dr. Asano for organizing everything to meet our candy mother, and of course our wonderful hosts. And can't forget the money, right? We got to thank NSF for that. So on that note, any questions?
That was really a great presentation of that particular plan. Just a quick one. Some of your slides, you know, botanists will tell you that it's supposed to be, when you're writing a scientific name of a plant and organism, it's supposed to be done straight, right? Yeah, some of them are just standing up straight. So you got to do that training. But maybe just an additional one. When you mentioned something about you decided to detect so many molecules from literature, but not in your sample. So what is your future direction? What went wrong? Apart from just optimizing, what do you do to optimize it to get all those predicted?
Well, for starters, we have to also analyze the other samples and see if there are any kind of like closed structures, right? Because GC libraries, we filter it to 80% certainty, but that's still a big, fairly large margin of error. So you can see if any of those ones with the long scientific names might just be off by an atom or two. Just between that and the known samples, obviously optimizing techniques would be important, but at the end of the day, one of the things with plants, secondary metabolites aren't always conserved. They're highly dependent on the environment, the sample, et cetera, et cetera. It's one of the primary issues.
Oh, that's really cool. So before I come to the hall, I believe we have online participant, right? Anybody online?
So someone's talking, but I'm not hearing any audio unless that's us. Ah, that's us. All right.
Okay, so nobody online. I'll give 3 burning questions from the group here. Ask anything. You know, this is your chance because if you allow them to go and sit down, they'll hammer you with so much questions because right now they're relaxed. Okay. So any quick one before I come to the first 2 tables here? Any quick question from the fellows?
No.
I think from the fellows, guys.
I guess my question would be, in order to actually or further analyze the contaminant in there, like what kind of other tests would you perform? Would you choose to look further into your sample?
Well, that's more a chemist type question, right? But obviously, we had a good job with HPTLC. We used standards and make sure that it wasn't just showing up in the gas chromatography because how we identified it, it was another library search. I think it was about 80%. And I'm pretty confident because of the whole excessive abundance of it. But obviously, for confirmation, I would personally want to run it against known standards because you can't take a standard, you can kind of have issues with libraries.
Okay, just to add on that, if you're trying to target pesticides in your sample, it's always easier to use target analysis like LCMS, where you target specific ions and fragment it further, which Dr. Payne has been telling you further. And the beauty with the LCMS, once you prepare your sample using the Kesha system, that same sample you can run it in both the LC and GC, just to check that the ions are presently there, and then now using standards that you've already optimized the methods, you can hit it up and say, yeah, it's there. I saw another hand somewhere in the group before you come to the high table. Okay, Prof.
Now, for plants, it's true that the seeds are storage parts, so probably you'd expect more of the chemicals in the metabolites stored more in the seeds than other parts of the plant. But what determines distribution of the metabolite between, for example, the leaves and the bark and the root?
My guess would probably be, what is a metabolite for, right? If it's if it's to deter herbivores, then you might see more in the bark where they kind of attack, or in the leaves in the instance of giraffes. Because, as I said, secondary metabolites very, very determined by the environment. And most of them are the product of pathways. So until you have the first part of the pathway, you're not going to actually lead to the production of the secondary metabolite. So obviously, localization would be important. And I guess specialization of cells.
Yeah, Prof, maybe you can add something on that.
Yeah, of course it's right, because what the plant wants to use it for, it will make it up. Yeah, it will make it and keep it there. So, yes, absolutely.
That is fine.
Yeah, so we don't have regulated session. Please take it on.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now, you have given us the output of your research from now. So what next? Or you just want to leave it at the library?
Well, the work of science is never over, right? As I said, this is a completely different
profile than even what we saw last year. So obviously we have to confirm it. We have to kind of see why all, I mean, we didn't even see any erythritidin in here, which is the, I'm not going to say crown jewel of the plant, but it's certainly one of the most well characterized. So I didn't see that, bit of a concerning thing. And even a lot of the metabolites that we did not see were extracted using methanol and run through the same GTLC parameters. Why they didn't appear? Well, I think the core of any good experiment is knowing how to troubleshoot. I know whenever I have any students, it's like, all right, your lab didn't work, Papa back there can tell it. Let's move on to troubleshooting. It'll actually tell you more than the results. So obviously we have to kind of do that with this and make sure we're very confident in our analysis. Because at the end of the day, we've had one sample, one run. It's not enough.
Okay, that's really cool because that is just one replicate as what is emphasizing it. It's in science, before you report anything in literature and so on, we need replicates. And not just replicates within the same day, it can be after a month, it can be after a year, to see, in fact, like you see that particular plant, the age is unknown, you manipulate it from the wild. Maybe if you had a younger plant, you could get something different compared to so on. So, for the essence of time, we give them a round of applause, and then welcome the second group. Be working on the as a director. Please, the floor is yours. Take the minimum time possible, and right now I want to upgrade Ashton to be our timekeeper. Ashton, you're our timekeeper, so immediately it reaches close to 15 minutes. They need to stop for questions.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Karoma.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Kevin Omama, and I'm Papa Hoyer.
We're going to be presenting our project titled The Chemical Characterization of Acid Rafted Indica and its Endophytic Microflora using Microbiologic Approaches. So this is just a brief outline of our project. We're going to start with our background, plans, our objectives, methods, results, conclusion, future direction, our knowledge, and acknowledgements. So here's a little background information on our plant. Acid Rafted Indica, also known as neem, it originates from India and is also known as the village pharmacy or the divine tree because of its variety of health benefits. It's an evergreen plant and it is cultivated and tolerates dry conditions. It's grown in different geographical regions around the world due to its therapeutic values. It's also known to be used as an insect repellent and an anti-inflammatory supplement and diabetic therapeutics. Its extracts are used also contain medicinal properties. They're known to treat problems such as eye conditions, bowel depression, asthma, just to list a few. On this slide, we have our medicinal uses of neem. As you can see, every part of the plant is utilized. The leaves, the flowers, the twigs, the bark, the fruit, and the oil. With most medicinal treatments for eye conditions, intestinal worms, and ringworms, and diabetes. Fungal endophytes are microorganisms that develop in the intracellular part of the plant. They manufacture the plant to produce bioactive compounds, and they help the plant adapt to different conditions, such as abiotic or biotic stressors. And they're known to be found in almost all parts of the plant, and they're useful in pharmaceutical uses, antibiotic medications, and food and chemical industry. On this slide, we have our secondary metabolites. There are substances that are essential for the metabolism of the cell. There are two types. They have the primary and then the secondary. For this particular study, we're going to focus on the secondary metabolites, which are produced in response to bionic brain production. And if you look at figure 5, we have a few of the secondary metabolites associated with meat. So we have the turbinins, the tannins, and flavonoids, and proteins. And then on this slide, we have a chart with the new secondary metabolites and their biological activities. So this is a few lead compounds. We have limidin, which is used for like anti-inflammatory. We also have azathioprine, which is which is used for anti-malarial. And then we have ginidin, which is a source in the seed oil, which is also used as an antimalarial. And then we're going to move on to our objectives. So the neem tree shows a lot of traditional benefits throughout many generations. So it is important to understand whether these neem-derived products are safe. So in our study, we have realized that there's a lack of current information regarding the toxicity and also the full characterization of these compounds. So for this study, we aim to identify the metabolites associated with the leaves, the bark, and the fungal endophytes associated with neem using metabolomic approaches such as HPTLC, which is high performance scintillating chromatography, LCMS, which is liquid chromatography and mass spectrometry, and gas chromatography and mass spectrometry. So these are our methods and materials. So our samples were collected in Chacos County, Kenya. We have our exact versions listed on the slide above. And then our leaf and bark samples were dried in the shade, and then they were grounded at the University of Nairobi. The fungal endophytes were isolated from the leaf samples and the bark samples using PDA, known as potato section product. If you take a look at figure 7, that's the site that we extracted our samples from that exact location.
Thank you, Mariam. So we continue the presentation. So we have the samples collected now, we have the preparation. So our samples we have back, and we also have the leaves, and at some point we also have the endophytes. So the bark and the leaves here, we did 1 gram of the dried plant sample, 1 gram in 10 ml of methanol. Then the fungal endophytes were also collected after the growth and the PDA. We collected the mycelia, but we also collected media without the mycelia to act as a lung sample. So they are also suspended in 15 ml now, but in ethyl acetate. Then the preparation was they were shaken in an orbital rotator as overnight. Then the following day we did the centrifugation at 4,000 RPM. Then we collected the supernatant in a different tube now for the analysis. So the HGLC method did a summary on what happened. So as you said, we had a gram of the sample, in 10 ml of methanol. Then as you are running our samples, you also use the standard alongside our samples. Then that is the size, the type of the PDA that we are using to spray on our samples. It was a silicone. Then those are the 5 development solvents that we are using. We had the first one, ethyl acetate, in combination with hexane, formic acid, and water at 30, 60, 30, 8 and 6 volume per volume. Then the second combination was ethyl acetate, formic acid, water, now without hexane at 80, 10, 10 volume per volume. Then the third one was hexane and ethyl acetate, 70, 30. Then hexane, ethyl acetate, acetic acid at 55, 45 and 3. Then hexane and ethyl acetate at 25 and 5. Then the developing distance, that is now where we started spraying our samples on the plate, was around 70 millimeter from the lower edge. We did also saturation for 20 minutes. Then the humidity where we're working was relative, was to be 33. The temperature should not exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Then the amount of the sample that now we are spraying on the plate, the syringe, was 2 microliter for the standard that we use and 6 microliter for the samples. Then the detection, we are using UV light at 254 nanometer. Then we did 366 and also the white light. Then we also did the derivatization using sulfuric acid, which is Kong, but mixed with methanol. Cold methanol. Then this is just an outline of the LCMS method. So we have our solvents there, that bottle. We inject injecting our samples up there. Then here we have the column of separation, and the sample gets separated. You can see we have different colors here, meaning different samples. Then they are detected and the mass spectrometer. Then all of them are acquired through the computer using the ChemStation software that you now use to analyze and get the output. Then this one is now for PCMS. Now instead of the other side we use the solvents, now here we are using the helium gas. So we inject our samples up there. The samples now are heated from around 35 to a very high temperature to around 285 to make them gaseous form. Then they will get separated here, and the same way the mass spectrometry will identify. Then you get the output, then you analyze using your chem station.
All right, thank you, Kevin and Miriam, for the wonderful presentation. Now we're just going to go over the results, and we'll start with the HPTLC. As you can see, that's the name samples that we have on the board right now, and we can just follow it quickly. For lane 1 and 2, so lane 1 will be the leaves at all times, and then lane 2 will be the parts, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on. And the first one, that's the hexane and ethyl acetate at 70 and 30 volume to volume. So we can see that we had a very good chromatograph, and then we see that the separation of the compounds were actually showing. The second one was not so bad for the beeps, along with the third one, which are ethyl acetate, formic acid, and water, and ethyl acetate, toluene, and formic acid and water. And for the fifth one, 7 and 8, we have the same thing, ethyl acetate and hexane, ethyl acetate 70, 30, and then we can confirm that we had the separation. And from that aspect, we can tell that that was the best developing solvent or mobile phase that we could use for our samples. Now, this is always up to some more optimization, but I think we did quite well with this. And you can see that the last one was the antioxidant activity. And you can see that we have a lot of antioxidant activity with the bark. And that was quite exciting to see because not everyone had a chance to have some antioxidant activity. So that was very good for the whole group. And here we have the fungal enophytes, which did not really have much of a separation when we observed it. But we can tell that this was just like the beginning. I think we can do more optimization. This project can carry on. I think the main plant and the fungal enophytes are very promising. So we can just kind of look at how we did the extraction, because I know that we have some trouble trying to extract the fungus from the media, because it was kind of mixed, and maybe we'll just talk to Dr. Ben with the chemistry and he can help us get a better way of extracting those compounds from the enophytes. And here is just another slide to appreciate our antioxidant activity for the different samples that we had. And these are different readings because we had it at different time points, like 15 minutes, 25 minutes, 45 minutes. So you can see that the white had overall better antioxidant activity. So Now we can look at the LCMS results. We were able to look at the spectrum here, and at several peaks we were able to identify some of the compounds that are found in neem. And it was very satisfying to see the compounds that we kind of saw in our molecular library when we did background research. So it's always good to see those compounds to confirm that maybe you're doing something right. And you can see on the one at the top, we have epinine, gadolinium, limbolites, alanine, and ligolin A. And if you looked at our previous slides discussing the several metabolites that are found in neem, you can see that all of these kind of came back. And then for the second one, we have gadolinium, lipid, limbolite, margalone, and catechin. And all of these are known to have certain properties that we may be able to discuss later in the conclusion. And this is just the LCMS continuum, and these are for our fungal enterprise. And luckily, to the fungal enterprise, we were able to show some of the compounds that we see in the neem plant. So we can see that the fungal enterprise really have a relationship with the neem plant. Now, we have to do some further investigation to see how that molecular exchange happens between the neem leaves and bark to the fungal enterprise. And these are our GCMS results. As I like to say, like I'm not a trained chemist, so this was a bit of a challenge for me to kind of determine like the compounds that we can find for the GCMS. I was less excited, I would say, because the compounds that we found here were not really in sync with what we found in our molecular library, but we were able to find quite a few. And we can see that the leaves and the bark reveal the presence of phenol 2,5 bis dimethyl 1,1 dimethyl. I'm sorry if I mess up the nomenclature. Dr. Pang and Dr. Seno just give me cut me some slack a little bit. I'm a biologist. So the leaves, in addition to that, have vitamin E, which is a very important compound, and we'll discuss it later in our discussion as well. And then we had also beta-sitosterol, and then 4A, 12, 16, tetramethyl heptadecane, 4-olide. And then the bark, in addition to that, had pyrophyllene and studio. And then our fungal enterprise also had certain compounds. And then I liked when I saw the first presentation because that contaminant that Ashton was talking about just came back as the 2-imidazole lidine methionine. And that one also had different properties that we will also discuss in our conclusion. And it was, I was like very surprised to see that these like potential carcinogen, because when we did our research, we didn't quite find that information. But what we found about it, we'll be glad to discuss it in our slide. And yeah, this is also more fungal enterprise found in the leaves, and then these are the compounds that we were able to find. There it is. I think I'll just go a little bit quicker for the sake of time. Yeah. So these are our HPTSC conclusions that we found based on our results. So we know that the most ideal phase combination was the hexane nickel-acetate at 70-30, and the bark sample had more antioxidant activity compared to the leaf sample. So this could mean that the bioactive compounds in the bark, the bioactive compounds responsible for antioxidant activity are more abundant in the bark compared to the leaf. And the LCMS results reveal certain compounds that are found, and these compounds are associated with antifungal, antibacterial properties, and then the ones on the bark are more antifungals, herbicidal, antibacterial, and anti-inflammatory activity. And then the melanin, gastrin, and epicastrin are mostly associated with anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, and antioxidant activity. And for the GC results, we have the several compounds listed. I'll just go to the next slide to explain the most essential findings. The fungal enterprise actually had the 2-imidazole and iron compound, which is a key element in the production of fruit and vegetable pesticides. And I was very surprised to find that this actually is being studied to be used as a contrast agent for MRIs. So I don't know how well that would work with the with it being like a carcinogen. So maybe they need to do some more research. But I think this is like a new concept where they base this research on proton chemical exchange dependent saturation threshold. And the mechanism by which the compound is synthesized by the fungal enterprise is not really understood. So I don't know if the compound is being synthesized actually, or is just contaminant found in the pesticide that are nearby where the seed was found. And the least samples of neem were found to contain vitamin E, and vitamin E is the most important living soluble chain, breaking natural attacks within mammalian cells. And it is also associated with some antioxidant activity, as well as it acts as a blood-brain barrier and accumulates at therapeutic levels in the brain. And it also reduces the peroxidation. So our future directions here, this is very important to mention. We need to research and have some findings. We think that more study is required to identify the metabolites associated with the samples, and also the absence of azadirachtin was quite surprising because it is one of the compounds that is very commonly found in neem plant. And so we definitely need to localize and maybe use the fruit samples which we weren't able to get for this specific study. So the fruit samples maybe could help us because it is known that azadirachtin could be found in the seeds of the neem plant. We also would like to investigate maybe some other essential parts as the roots. I think I'm from Africa as well, I'm from Senegal, and in traditional medicine, usually the go for is the roots first. People usually use the roots before they try to use the leaves. So maybe we can try to investigate the roots, the flowers, the gum, and anything that may be of importance to the plant, we may be able to study for the metabolites. And the metabolites from the endophytes found in various parts of the tree can also be compared to the metabolites found in those parts. So if you find metabolites in the endophytes from the bark, compare it to the metabolites found in the bark itself, without the endophyte, and see if they have any relationship. And for future research also, we should include the quantification and identification of like compounds that we find, especially for the GC messages. And these are our references and acknowledgements. Thank you so much to the core faculty here, Dr. Asano, Dr. Pang, Dr. Gisano, Dr. Sheila, and Dr. Margaret Luca, Dr. Judy in the back. We really appreciate your help with the collection, and all our teammates, because this was a team effort, so we appreciate everybody's effort into this. We really enjoyed ourselves here in Kenya. This won't be our last time coming here for sure. Thank you so much.
I'm the boss for this. Right? So give them a snap, 3 snaps. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so that was really nice. It's a nice talk. And for us to improve on maybe our bigger stage, because I know after this, there'll be so much talking in bigger stages and other places. In science, most of us like to hide in the lab, right? But once in a time, we need to go into other people and tell them what we are doing through seminars and the rest. So one comment that I observed is all of them, they were kind of reading from the chat. They were just looking and saying, National Science Foundation and so on. They were not looking at the audience. So in your future stage, please improve. You need to engage more with the audience. So pull up your GCMS data. This one to point us something. Yeah, any of those. That's fine. From the class we talked, you see the compound at 23.7. When you look at its structure, that is contaminant. So you needed to pull it out. And then most of the time, when you're writing names, you should have done your homework a little bit easier. You see, such a name, this is not part of the molecule. That 9.48. So those are just kind of algorithms that are being generated by the software. So when you're editing up your molecule, the compound name, those you need to check them off. And this being computer-generated names, you're supposed to have gone online and see how is it supposed to be rated. Like the compound at 4.2, it's supposed to be epicyclochloroquine. It starts from the other end coming to the side, but it's fine because it's the idea of biologists. But for all of us, we need to learn how that goes on. And just to point out still on the chemicals, because that's my area, we use symbols. Like when you say beta cytosine, there's a beta symbol that you're supposed to use, not just writing it in full beta. Okay? And then what helps up more is, yes, I knew you were trying to split up 30, 30, 30, but the guy in methodology spent a lot of time trying to explain it up. So I was expecting more time to be focused towards your results and discussion. Okay, so for the a lot of typos were in your work because I saw somewhere 30C, it's supposed to be 30 degrees Celsius space and so on. So I'll give some maybe quick question from the audience before we release them, and also maybe to see if there's any question online. Yep.
Were there any issues in your extraction method for the fungal endophytes, like as far as because the software, the results of the HPLC, they were very fake. So were there any issues during that extraction process?
As far as the extraction process for our fungal endophytes, we did have a lot of issues. One with instrumentation, we didn't have the proper instrumentation to really vortex or like sonicate our samples. So I think we would probably need to find a better or more ideal extraction phase for our fungal endophytes. There are very little that we have found. So it could be that, or it could also be our mobile phase as well. So I think for further research, we probably have to like maybe dig in and see where we can find a better extraction phase for our fungal endophytes.
Will you pull it up, please? Because I cannot pull it.
Yeah.
There.
So this is our fungal endophytes here.
Yep.
We had used 15 milliliters of.
Not about the methodology. How can you explain this way it spots down here?
Oh, well, you know what? I can explain it. So it's a silica gel plate, and I think this is a lot of my teammates' first time using HPTLC, and I think we forgot what I meant. Let me just say that with the plate withholding the plate, you need to make sure that you change your gloves in between. And if you don't, like sometimes you get residue on the plate, which causes staining. So this background below here is staining, like a fingerprint from the glove.
Yeah, because that explains, because sometimes if you use too much developing solvent, which is maybe above your solvent front, then such like stuff also happens where your sample goes down instead of going up. At least you're explaining it. Okay, yeah, that's clear with you. Now we'll come up to the high temp. I just want the fellows first to hammer them with question. Please do that because when their time comes, we'll be in trouble. Yeah, you're good.
Was the same mobile phase?
Yeah, it was the same mobile phase.
Any other from the fellows? Okay, for presentations, we don't put references at the end, and also we don't label figure 1, 2, 3. Those are for manuscripts and papers, right? For references, you normally cite them in text. Like if you want to refer to that, just say, blah, blah, this is the literature, and you cite the guide in that particular point, but not having all the references at the end. Maybe you can just, if you so wish to have it, you can have it as a footnote. But in terms of labeling figure 1, 9, 10, and so on, that is reserved for manuscript. So for the high table, I saw a hand here. Yes, Paul.
I know it was exciting to see endophyte metabolite resemble the neem metabolite. What is the implication of this finding?
So we see that the endophytes are in a symbiotic relationship with the plant. So it is safe to say that there is some exchange when it comes at the molecular level. So it could be either the metabolites are either exchanged from the plant to the endophyte, or maybe some gene exchange, like coming from like a biological point of view, maybe there's some gene exchange that happen that allows the endophyte to actually be able to synthesize those molecules that are found in the plant. So I think one of those can be the reason, or maybe any other reason from the experts here.
Or it could just be that the endophyte is able to synthesize the same metabolite.
Right.
How about that simple answer? And you know, from the endophyte perspective, to get the neem to produce the metabolite, maybe it has to grow, I don't know, maybe 20 years. But how long does it take to culture fungus, Professor, the expert?
1 week.
1 week. So imagine if we were to establish that that specific endophyte has got some anti-cancer, that one we are looking for. Yes, and the fungus can produce it. What does that mean? We have it. In 1 week, we can produce it in the lab. I wanted to emphasize that. That is really great. We were also excited when you were able to establish that, at least even in that shortest trial, you were able to show that there was at least one metabolite that you could see in the fungus and also in the leaf.
That was so great because I saw that coming. You know, people in the high table, if you ask a question, yes, you have the answer. We'll try and expound it so that all of us learn from it. Just the last one. What do you think about missing as a director? How soluble is as a directing in metal? Did you try to think it out?
Yeah, so acid is one of the most common compounds found within our plant. It was unfortunate that we couldn't find it. I'm not quite sure it's
the extraction time or the methanol, because I found it so much in acetonitrile and other solvents.
Yeah.
Yes, and you know, I was excited that you did find it. The reason being that we have been working on him a little bit, and we haven't found it too in our lab. And we were like, okay, what's going on with the Kenyan? Because it's supposed to be a marker compound. So why is it that we're not seeing it in our lab in the US? So we did it here, and you didn't find it. So I think I'm excited. Something is going on.
Yeah, but when you want to find as a directing, the most common part is the oil, the seed oil. You'll get it out, the seeds, okay? And then you could have increased your extraction time and then use a different solvent. I've found it most of the time using acetonitrile. Okay, so that's fine because we didn't have time to optimize it up. Yeah, Prof wanted to say something.
Thank you very much for your exciting results. Okay, I'm not an endophyte expert, so I just have a general question. Because these endophytes are colonizing the plants, do we expect them to vary with environmental conditions?
Yes.
So that at the coast, the highlands, the plains, there will be different fungi and different chemicals. Maybe you can just clarify.
Yes, so endophytes are going to range based off of different abiotic and biotic stressors. So that could be environmental factors such as drought and pests. It could be a number of things. So based off of different geographical regions, you will get different amount of metabolites synthesized. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Okay, give them a leg clap. Leg clap. That was nice. Okay, let's take your seats. The next group is Melia. The Melia group.
Should mention that it's the same project, but for the exam, just a copy.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorcas, and we are presenting from India. We were not the whole group with the new group, so I'm sure you may meet the same mistakes, but I don't know, we know better. Like we worked on it together, so it's just that we split it in terms of presentation, but everything else will be together, so we pardon us. So we are going to present on the chemical characterization of mania and its endophytic microflora using metabolomic approaches. And here we worked on the leaves, trees, and leaves, bark, and fruits, and the endophytes. So it's kind of the same. So this is our outline for the for the presentation. So at the end of the presentation, we will have done everything. This one up to the acknowledgement. So the background of Melia is that Melia originates from India, and it serves it's a medicinal plant from India, and it has different names from depending on the region. So like in India itself, they call it Drake or Backtrain, Bashan Lilac in English and all that. So these are traditional plants, and it has those traditional medicinal values, and these are the medicinal values: analgesic, insecticidal, antioxidative, anti-inflammatory, and so on. You can see them. So they are okay. I think they're the same up to the antioxidant. So the fungal endophytes, like many other medicinal plants, they have endophytes, and Melia is not an exception. And in Melia, almost all parts of the plant have endophytes, but the endophytes are abundant in the leaves. So these endophytes help the plant in terms of biosynthesis of the bioactive chemicals. Now the chemicals that are useful to us in terms of medicine, they can be found everywhere. I've said that. Then the endophytes have many uses. That's the antibiotics, medication, and as well as they're used in food and chemical research, like the way you are doing. Then they may these endophytes are they live inside the plant, and it's a way the plant benefits and they benefit from the plant. So they may improve the plant's ability to tolerate various abiotic and antibiotic stresses and enhance plant resistance to insects and pests. So the objective of this study or our project was that many trees have been shown to have beneficial properties throughout different generations, as we have seen. We can extrapolate that products derived from media are safe, so yourself reject them as medicine, there's no harm. Then if toxicity level remain unclear, like no one knows about it, like for now, and it's characterization. So the objective is that we was to identify the metabolites in the leaves, bark, fruits, and fungal endophytes associated with media using the HPTNC, HPNC, FCMS, and GCMS. So these are our materials and methods, the one we used during our project. So those parts, the fruits, leaves, and bark, were collected from the Beni, Machakos County, here in Kenya. So they were dried under shade and ground at the University of Nairobi, of course. Then the fungal endophytes were isolated from fresh leaves and bark samples with potato dextrose agar at the University of Nairobi as well. So this is how we prepared our sample for the HPTNC. First, the samples were we measured 1 gram of each sample, like the bark leaves and the bark leaves. Bark leaves, fruits, and the endophytes. We measured 1 gram into 10 mils of methanol for analysis. Then there were the fungal endophyte mycelia and media. The media without the mycelia were collected separately in ependorf tubes and suspended in 15 ml of ethyl acetate. The mixture was shaken, of course, on orbital rotator for like the whole night before being centrifuged for 15 minutes at 4,000 rotation per minute. The spalaton was decanted in freshly labeled ependorf tubes for each sample and its chromatography. That's just experience. So this was the method. 1 gram of blended green samples, as said up there. Then our standard solution had the solution contained 15 UHM, chlorogenic acid, and beta-hydroxysterol. Then the plate, our plate was the HPDNC plate was Circa 60F254, and we used 5 different development solvents, and these were to determine which solvent was best for our separation of the compound. So the first one was ethyl acetate, hexane, folic acid, water at 60-30, that is 8 and 6, then ethyl acetate, formic acid, water, hexane, ethyl acetate, yeah, those ones, so there were 5. Then our developing distance was 70 mm. Saturation time was 20 minutes at a relative humidity of 33%. Temperature at an ambient temperature that did not exceed 30 degrees Celsius. And we applied, like for the standard, it was 2 micrometers, and for the sample, we used 6 micrometers. So our detection was UV light 254 mm, 366 mm, and we also used the white light. So, yeah, the reaction agent was sulfuric acid methanol reagent, 9.0, yeah, called methanol with 10 ml of concentrated sulfuric acid.
Okay, so depending on the existing protocol. So the next is liquid LCMS, that is with mass spectrometry. So we combine liquid chromatography. This is a combination of liquid chromatography with mass spectrometry, as I said. So this utilizes the T-star separation capability of liquid chromatography with the mass analysis capability. And this means that the materials or the samples will be, all the isolate will be separated based on the mass in the and retention time in the column. So the mobile phase is usually a solvent, which is either methanol or acid nitride, depending on the what you want. So this is the schematic diagram of LCMS method. You can see that the machine is Agilent 1260 Infinity PLC system. So this is the solvent that will be used to separate the solvent. So the pump will inject the solvent into the column, but before then the sample will be injected. So inside the HPLC column, the separation will take place in which the compound will be separated based on the retention time. So we have this collector which is collecting the waste of that solvent that is passing through the column. And this is the mass spec detection. So after the detection, then the chem station will be used to analyze whatever is detected in the mass spec detection. So GCMS mass spectrometry, that is this separate the chemical component of the sample mixer and detect them to determine the presence and the quantity. So this method can be used either to determine the presence of a sample or a component of the sample or the quantities. And this produces three-dimensional data which provide mass spectra for identity, confirmation, or identification of a known compound. So the chromatogram can be utilized either for quantitative analysis or qualitative analysis. This is the schematic diagram. So this is the machine we use, Agilent 7890A gas chromatogram. So this one, there is a difference between the previous one and this one. So in the previous one, that is LCMS, we are using solvent, while here the mobile phase is the helium gas. And we injected the sample. So after the injection, then the sample will enter the column. Before then, the temperature should be between 35 to 285 degrees Celsius, where the solvent will be evaporated. Then the sample will be run, the separation will take place in the long column. after the separation, then the whatever is detected will go to the mass spec detector, and the mass spec detector, the chem station will be used to analyze whatever is detected in the mass spec detector. So results. So this is the result of HPTLC. As we said, we use 5 different developing solvents. So we can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grams. So we can see the 4 and 3 and 4, the solvents that we use there, that is hexane, ethyl acetate, acetic acid, and the fifth one in which we use hexane and ethyl acetate. There is a better separation, while if you look, so there is separation, but still there is large amount of the sample which is not moved. So this shows that there is a need to either to look at other options of the solvent systems. Then if you look at the second one, this one is for the antioxidant activity. And this one is viewed at different time intervals because sometimes the moment you give it time, the more some compound will show an antioxidant activity. So if you look at the GIPS one showed more antioxidant activity than the rest, while the one also showed more antioxidant activities, while 2, 3, and 4 doesn't show any sign of antioxidant activity. So if you look at the back sample, the antioxidant activity, the back solvent antioxidant activity, you can see that there are some activities, but this one is UHM, which is the standard. Definitely supposed to show more antioxidant activity than the rest. Next. So this is the LCMS result for fruits. So we obtained some compounds like salanine, lupin, catechin. All these were found in the LCMS result from fruits. Next. Then on leaves, we found lignine and salanine. So these are the structures and these are the peaks. And for the back, the back shows the presence of meltinine, catechin, guanine, chitinine, malonol, and the endophyte was found to show endophyte A, was found at the back, was found to show the meldine and the melanon. Then the endophyte D, which was found on the lips, showed the presence of melanon. So before we move to DCMS result, we can see that we can saw that most of these compounds that were detected were also present in leaf. And we also know that leaf and the melia belong to the same family. So this indicates that because there are some mix-up, some people are considering leaf as melia, some are using melia as leaf. So to some extent, there is a relationship because this shows that there are some compounds that are present in melia which are also present in leaf. So maybe the way they are using it traditionally, they are obtaining similar compounds. Although in leaf, there are some compounds that are not present in melia. And melia also contains some compounds that are toxic according to the literature. So I think that is one of the essence of doing this work concurrently. That is neem and melia. Next. So this is TCMS result of melia foods. So you can see, though there are some corrections, which was already mentioned by the able Dr. Chiseto, but we can see melia food contains vitamin E, which is known to be an antioxidant. And we have a stigmastar 4,3 diethylphenol, which is cholesterol depressant, and we have gamma cholesterol, which is also audit, which is also forestry. It has an activity against cholesterol. Then move to the next. Then for Malia Black, we have Pestrol, we have Zestrol, we have Gamma. All these ones have a lot of activities. And for media endophyte, we are lucky to find out that Malia also endophyte contains some compounds like 2-imidazolidine, which is a sulfur-containing compound, which is used as a pesticide. So sometimes it do have an effect on human beings, because whatever will kill an insect at a small level, if the concentration increases, it will have an effect on human beings. So this is the Malia endophyte. This is a Malia endophyte for MLA. Next. So this is a GCM, also a GCMS for Malia endophyte MLC, which also contains. Okay. So it also contains this pyrrole pyrazine, the derivative of pyrrole pyrazine, which is also a very important compound, which has so many activities. Next. And we have terpenol. Then we have also found a lot of compounds in endophyte MLT, like phanisol, which is used in perfumery industries to enhance the odor of the Then we have talic acid, we have benzyl isobutyl ester. All these are compounds that are very important. We have also toluene, even though toluene has some side effects. So this shows that presence of these compounds, some are beneficial, some are not. So this ascertain they claim that this media is toxic to others, while to others there are beneficial compounds in it. So let me hand over to my
Now, for the HPLC, we work the back, the past 5 different cases, and the determination of the most effective in identifying the relationship. This area works. From the result report, the exam and tell us showed the greatest and for the antioxidants, you need to see clear images, that is after 10 minutes of the 8, and after 20 minutes and after 5 minutes. So I think that's the problem with the mobile phone that we're using. Right. For the endophytes, the polarity. The polarity of the developing signal was too high, which caused weak separation of the compound. So more accurate analysis of the data for the mobile phase that is less. There was need to do more accurate analysis of the data for the mobile phase for the proportion to get clear images. Additional study will also be required to identify each metabolite that is connected with the media samples and compare the loads produced by the roots at the back of the media chain. For the LCMS, the leaves contain NPT, saline basis to emphasis on the result, and the methane, how does the back within castive vitamin and medianol. These compounds are known to be associated with the other community that anti-incapacity. From the results, they are here other colleagues. The second metabolite emphasizes the medicinal value of the leaves and the bark. For the endophytes, melanin and medianol were identified in plates. We had 6 plates, but only 2 we managed to identify methane and then this, from the 6 I understand 2 are black, 4 and 4 we managed to identify methanol and mercury. So this means according to the ECMS analysis, the food we managed to see we can carry free phenolic compounds. While the development problem are detected in the leaves, these are just to echo on the what we received from the results. Yeah. The future direction for the antioxidant, I strongly propose that better solvent should be used to carry the antioxidant activity visualization at different times. We need things in visualization. And additionally, we also require to identify its metabolism associated with the samples. The seeds, there's also need some seed oil that can also be inserted and prepared with the media food so that we are able to prepare for our study. Future research will also include the quantification of the identified compounds. Finally, I let each and everyone, especially your we are too much learn. Give them a round of applause.
Okay, that was really nice. Though they are in terms of time management, because it's also part of the training they perform dismally. Okay, so on the way forward, we are scrapping off materials and method. Just mentioned we use HPTLC, we use LCMS, we use GCMS, and then go straight to your results, right? So that we save on time. If we can take less than 15 minutes, that will be fine. So just to point up a little bit, when you're doing research, we don't say material was shaken overnight. Overnight in Kenya is 12 hours. Overnight somewhere else might be 4 hours, might be 2 hours, okay? So you need to be specific. You say, we did it for 24 hours, we did it for 12 hours, be specific in terms of time. And then, the same way, like the first group, you are looking so much into the board. Even if you are crowd shy, always try and look at them so that you build your confidence towards them, because that is how we build up when you're going to big stage. It's always nice to see to whom you're talking to. And then one of your table, I don't know why it's coming up, just pull up the HPTLC table, because I can see that error across almost everybody that have already presented so far. The HPTLC materials table. HPTLC, back there. So look at the temperature. Ambient not exceeding 30 C. What is 30 C? Then suppose, because I've been seeing that error is really pissing me off. Supposed to be 30 degrees Celsius. And between 30 and degrees Celsius, there should be a space. Okay, maybe, but that's not supposed to be, because it's, you need to write it up nice, right? And then don't try and market chem station so much, because that's just the software that you use to do the research, because we are argument. So if you go to any other lab, don't say I'm looking for chem station to work out and you're having a Shiman's instrument. So just say we get that out. And then just to pinpoint on the chemicals, all those sterols you saw, the campylsterol, stigmasterol, those are called phytosterol. Okay, they're not cholesterol. They are phytosterol, and their work is to compete with cholesterol in our living cells, so that the cholesterol does not bind into our artery or our veins and so on. So they kind of dock up those sites, and then cholesterol remains floating in the system and can easily be removed. So just one more question from the audience, and then we take from the high table. And as I've said, the next group, we're not dwelling so much on the methods. So we just keep that out. Yep. Yes, Sharon.
So I know that you said people use Malia and neem like interchangeably. My question would be how, like, what's the difference between those plants? Like, if you're going out into the field and you're looking for those plants, how are you able to distinguish the two? And I guess when would you use Malia and when would you use neem?
the difference between the two Somalia. The major difference between the two is that the body of neem is very rough and by age it cracks, while that of Malia is smooth. And if you look at the leaves of neem, it's light, it's green, but it's lighter than that of Melia. And another issue is that the leaves of Melia are softer than that of neem. But the best option is to look for someone who knows it to show you it. So that,
the best way is like when we must have a big opportunity to learn about the molecular work, which maybe next time we'll request the high table to give us 1 week to study all these techniques so that you're able to identify them the right way.
Yes.
Yes, Papa.
Yes, just adding on to that as a comment, like we did have some slides that are describing the plant, but for the sake of time, we just decided to manage and get more of the essential slides. But maybe I can send to someone who's interested, like what the two plants look like side by side.
Okay. So just a quick one to you, maybe like we also don't say it's safe. You may extrapolate to say everything is safe. You know, even water, if you take in excess, you kill it. Okay? So they should always, don't say that, you know, there's always dosage for everything. Okay, one more question from the group before the high table. Okay. Prof, can still look at it.
Mine is a comment on your presentation. When you present, just remember timing, and then because you are told that your presentation will be 15 minutes, so you can even practice. Since you are just the three of you, just go to a corner and practice. Please take 15 minutes. Yes, and then summarizing the notes. Like the method was too long and the introduction was also very long. And when you see it's too long, you can cut it and summarize as you go. You don't have to finish. So just practice. Each time when you're going to present somewhere, just get to a room somewhere. If you don't go to see, you can even go to the bathroom and just stop yourself and practice if you are within the time.
Rule of thumb, all slides, please don't go beyond 3 lines, just points. You know, like the conclusion, they're writing a whole paragraph like it's a manuscript. That's the thing is.
Well, I'm glad to see you guys find more of these compound from the device. If you have 2 or 3 devices can produce the compound, it's a very good discovery. So if you go to your GC tab, the first GC tab, this one. You see these 2 tables looks like exactly same to me. I'm not sure I make a mistake about it. You guys make a mistake. So one is B, one is true. Except the title different, but the content is exactly the same. Yeah. So which is correct?
These the 2 tables they are fruits. There was a correction done, but he did replace it. There's a correction done is that the table for the leaves. I think the slides should be updated. So these 2 slides are the fruits. For the leaves, it's not depicted here.
Okay. That was it. And also from the GC regard, you see that 2 imidazoline Sion is compound. So in this previous we still have discussed that it's going to be a contamination compound from environment or whatever. But now you see you have it from the plant material. You have it from also the indoor. So what's the other possibilities? Can you see for this compound? Because it looks like you're almost with every sample.
We have a group that didn't have that component at 19.68. Any group? Yeah. Is there a group that did not found that component there? So maybe your solvent was contaminated, maybe your packaging material. There are so many other variants also that it can pop up. Maybe the instrument was That's why you need blank runs and checks when you're doing your analysis. We couldn't have time for that in our care.
That's what you are the chemistry. They seem to have got more compounds from enzymes of media than from the other side.
You know, this is just one replicate, so we can say so, but once we do, normally a good study will be like 3 replicates. Once we do it, and you're able to categorically identify each of them, then you can say, conclusively say that they managed to get all, because I can still see in their list, there are a lot of contaminants. They went to the air, which they didn't clean it up. Yeah. Okay, give them a round of applause. So next we'll be specifically 15 minutes or less than 15, okay? We scrap off the methods and we just go straight to the point.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Wanjiru. We are going to present to you the phytochemical analysis of withania somnifera, roots and shoots. And with me is...
I'm Rose Kathy.
Yeah, my name is Glenn Hall.
Catherine Michael.
Sit down, relax, and enjoy. So, ashwagandha is scientifically known as withania somnifera. It's a member of the Solanaceae family, and they are characterized by oval-shaped leaves, yellow bell-shaped flowers, green berries, and red and yellow berries when they are ripe. Its native origin from India, Africa, and some parts of the Middle East. It is used as a traditional herbal medicine for centuries, 3,000 years plus, in Ayurvedic, Unani, and indigenous medicine. Our sample was collected from Nakuru County, Gilgil, just about 300 meters away from the Wave Bridge. And some of the medicinal properties that we have for ashwagandha, the different parts of the plant are used for neurodegenerative diseases. The shoot for sedative dyskinesia, that is it's a disease that usually causes shaking of the face and the jaws. We also have the Alzheimer's disease. Some people call it the something like old people disease, something like that. But it's because it's a disease that comes with age. And these plants have some anti-aging characteristics, and then that is why it's also it has some medicinal properties of the Alzheimer's disease. It also has some anti-cancer characteristic, hence assisting breast cancer. The root for cerebral ischemia, Parkinson disease, and the Huntington disease. Reduces cortisol levels and depression symptoms. It is an anti-stress, antimicrobial, anti-tumor, and prevents infertility and reduces bioactive compounds that we have in withania somnifera. The main phytochemical constituents are the withanolite, alkaloids, steroidolactones, that includes withaferin A, tropin, and saponins. Among these, 40 withanolites and 12 alkaloids have been isolated. That's a good thing. Other compounds, including somniferin and withanol, are compounds of medical importance. Next. Okay, so from here, Rose is going to take us through the HPTLC results. and the analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. So to identify all the metabolite in the root and the shoot of ashwagandha, we use different methods such as HPTLC, LC, and GC. About HPTLC, I know everyone here knows what it is, but for just like a little background, it's just a planar chromatography used for qualitative analysis, usually for herbal drugs and botanical. About the method, yeah, we're not going to waste time on this. So, like everyone, we use the shoots and the roots from Giggly. We took the sample from Giggly and we put them on the plate, it's a silica plate. We do the visualization to see how the plate looks like. We put in the chamber for saturation. Use the development, that's where the mobile phase is happening. And we hit the plate and we put it back in the visualization. Okay, here are the results. So A, B, C, D, E represent the 5 mobile phase that we use. F is the antioxidant. As you can see on the mobile phase, 1 represents the universal standard, 2 represent our standard, which is beta cytosol. 3 is the ashwagandha root, and 4 is the ashwagandha shoot. So with all the mobile phase that we use, we found out that C is the best mobile phase for ashwagandha because we can literally see each band from the universal standard, our standard, and all the roots and shoots. We can see clearly each band. And also about the antioxidant, here you see the neem bark. Compared to the neem bark, our root and shoot have literally no antioxidant activities. So now, another method that we use to identify all the compounds, we use also LC, which is what Cass is going to talk about.
Thank you, Rose. Okay, so some background about liquid chromatography. It's a columnar chromatographic technique, and it's most ideal for large molecular compounds. The results are usually presented in a chromatogram. It's usually coupled to a number of detectors, so you can have the LCUV and the LCMS. Going to the LCMS, in our case, an 18-column, a carbon 18 column was used, and the mobile phase was methanol and water, and there's a gradient system that was provided. The flow rate was 0.5 millimeters per minute, and a 3 microliter injection volume was used. The total runtime was 42 minutes, while for ionization of the samples, electron spray was used. So for the result, the sample preparation, it was the same for all of us. The main difference, we've combined for LC and for GC. The main difference was the solvent used for LC and for GC. And for GC, we noted that the anhydrous sodium sulfate was used to avoid any moisture contamination. When we come to the results of LC, a number of compounds were identified. As you can see, the somniferin, the 3-alpha-tiglyoxytropane, the isopelatine, the isocampalactone, the methanol-ID, and the anaferrin. These are from a molecular library that we had. They were compounds of significance, like the somniferin we had really. It was well documented, as well as the methanol-ID. For some of them, we were not able to find most of the compounds that were in our library, but we found others. So when you look at the mass spectral results, the somniferin was identified as the compound there at, the mass was, I think it's not so clear, but 6 to 8. This was in the positive mode. So the other chromatographic technique we used was HPLC. And basically the main difference is that the detector used was a UV spectrophotometer. And the range of was 190 to 700 nanometers. The compound of interest that we were able to identify was at minute 5.465 minutes, and it was anaferrin, which was also found in our MS spectrum at the same minute. So we concluded on that. Tentatively, since we were not able to go into literature to confirm that that is the actual wavelength of that compound. So the other technique that was used was GC. I'll hand over to Glenn.
All right, so I'll keep this brief. Hello again, my name is Glenn. And so we talked about gas chromatography. One of the main differences to note is that it's very ideal for like more volatile compounds. Another thing to differentiate it between liquid chromatography is that it uses gas as the mobile phase. In our case, we use helium because it's inert and abundant. So with a GC, you can also combine the GC with different detectors. So you can do an FID, TCD, ECT, etc. ECD, sorry. And then I'll go specifically into gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. Like I said, we use the carrier gas, which is helium. So to break down a compound, we specifically use the EI ionization at a specific rate of 70 eV. The detector itself was a quadrupole mass analyzer. So that way we were able to then identify the different molecules present. The good thing about GC that I wanted to note is that it does have a molecular library already built into the software, as opposed to LC-MS where you have to go do more work. So from our results, which I'll go a little bit further into in the next slide, we were able to find camptosterol to be the highest abundance in the roots. Stigmasterol was more abundant in the shoots. Both of these are in a class called phytosterols, so plant cholesterol. And as you can see, we came across a list of a lot of compounds, but we wanted to identify 5. And of those 5, we found squalane, tocopherol, also known as vitamin E, camptosterol, stigmasterol, and then finally beta-stigmasterol, beta-cetosterol. There we go. Let me go back to those. So we identified these 5 specific compounds in our image here because of their medicinal significance. So for squalane, it has a lot of, it can provide UV protection, so think of it as a natural sunscreen. Tocopherol is a very strong antioxidant. And then the last 3, camptosterol, stigmasterol, and beta-cetosterol, are all phytosterols, which help lower levels of cholesterol in the blood. So like I said, we found several compounds of medicinal importance, which is both useful for us in terms of how we identified, looked at the ashwagandha, but also for further study. As more and more people do these types of analysis on ashwagandha, you can pick out certain chemical compounds to then isolate and synthesize into different medicines. We also were able to find just which mobile phase was good to just see the different variations of bands when we're doing HPTLC. And then finally, studies like these can be, like I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, very useful in just building a body of knowledge for our specific plants. So as more and more people learn about these plants, you can then find more medical applications for them. And then another good thing that we found with doing these different tests was that you can have variation between plant parts as well as the different, like where each sample was collected from. So it's important, again, to just differentiate between those. And then finally, more specifically for myself, so I use ashwagandha more or less on a regular basis than now. But when you do these tests, you can also identify different adulterants, like we found pesticides, as you all saw in your samples. So to know what exactly is in these supplements, especially since they are not very regulated, it'd be very important to protect the health and safety of the population, as well as just for the consumer to know what they're getting is what they actually want. So with that being said, I would like to thank Dr. Sheila, thank you. Dr. Luca is not in here, but thank you, Dr. Luca. Dr. Pump, thank you. And of course, Dr. Sun, thank you. Thank you all for your help. And of course, Dr. Chisera for being the master ceremony.
That was really cool. Really, really cool. So, the presentation is, the key thing is less is usually more. When you have less in your slides, when you have less, everything less, and you have a lot of pictures, it's legible, you can see it happen. That is how it's supposed to go. So they really did it very, very well. I just want to point out some 2 key things before I hand over to the group. One of, we don't say bleakly. It's supposed to be Gilgil, okay? Gil, because if you say it wrongly, those people where you collected the sample from will be very offended. Okay, it's Gilgil, not Gilgil. Yeah. Okay, and I saw on one of the slides, the answer slides, you are having a GCMS picture there. Why is that?
Yeah, in the methods.
Yeah, in the methods.
Oh, because someone did was combine both.
Because the title is about LCMS, I was expecting an LCMS picture there. You see?
Oh, it's this one?
No. Yeah, you see that picture above there is a GC picture. Okay? So always have it right. And then when you're talking about the anaphyrin where you're trying to bring a relationship between the HPLC and the LCMS, it would have been nice here to bring up the data for LCMS in the HPLC section. Okay, you just bring out the spectra instead of going back again to confuse the audience. And just for the rest of us, you have your screen there. Why are you scrambling with your screen the other side? Because it would have been easier. Sorry. This is your screen, okay? You observe your screen here as you look at the audience instead of trying to struggle with your screen, because that's the other screen is for the audience. So any other quick question from the group? Any quick question, comment? 1, 2. Okay, I'll take those two before I take. That's fine.
I guess my question would be, I know you mentioned that this plant is very important in Alzheimer's, which is a very big topic in the medical field today. My question would be, which compounds within your sample or like from the literature would be responsible for, or would people want to, identify for the treatment of Alzheimer's or symptoms?
So I know, I would say that somniferin, because I'm not mistaken, somniferin has something to affect the root. I don't know. Anyway, somniferin is one of the compounds that is of notice. It helps in the cortisol reduction, but it can also help in like mental clarity. That's one. Now, I would say that the methanolides, those are another area of study where they want to identify how they can use those applications to Alzheimer's disease. So yeah, the methanolides, somniferin, are the main two.
Thank you.
Okay.
My question was for your GC results. Just out of curiosity, for the peak that had like the highest concentration, were you guys able to identify that compound, or like was it just not a compound of interest for your plant?
Unfortunately, it was not of significant value, so that's why we didn't include it.
By the way, when you're giving a story, presentation is a story. From the GCMS results, I'm very sure they ended up with more than 100 compounds, but they just decided to pick 5 for their story. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah. So we went through,
So basically, we looked at our molecular libraries, we looked at the literature, and we figured which ones are mentioned the most, so those are the ones we chose. It's like the most well-known compounds, and plus the quality too. Yeah. And the medicinal value. So there were a few things into that.
Okay, so you can see all those are terpenes. So they are triterpenes apart from tocopherol, which is a vitamin E. So squalene. So once they start to make, when you look at the prosthetic pathway, before it starts folding to form ring A, B, and C and D, those are capesterol and beta-sestirol. They all came from squalene. So vitamin E has a different prosthetic pathway. But that was really nice. Thank you. Okay, give them another one. I'm trying to save our face for lunch, because if you don't do that, we forget about lunch. We have to finish this session before we go for lunch. So then next group is, sorry?
Aloe vera.
Aloe vera. Okay. Aloe vera group, please skip up the method. Try to use your screen, not ours. Enjoy product.
You're next.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Donald Martins. The primary purpose for me being here is the fact that I deal with synthetic drugs. As a drug expert, I know the implication of synthetic makeup. It generates a lot of reactions when you take regular medicines like Tylenol, ibuprofen, and all that. So my driving force is that I want to reconcile synthetic versus homeopathic, which entails plants and all the rest. So I've been so engaged in this work to the extent that I was able to develop an app which can characterize or can direct you in terms of drug-drug interactions. We also have, of course, the app is running on our App Store right now. It's called Link Compass. So you may want to subscribe. It's free. It's not monetized. So I'm trying to reconcile these two things. In the situation, generally we know that when you take synthetic medicine, you experience a lot of side effects as a result of the chemicals involved and all that. But this time now, I came here purposely to see what's going on with homeopathy. And luckily, I attended a professional college where we were taught some aspect of homeopathic medicine. Okay, so without much ado, I'll just jump into it. Homeopathic medicine is an integral aspect of holistic health treatment. As a result, it becomes imperative to study plants and plants such as leaves, roots, bark, extracts, etc. Aloe vera plants are significant botanical plants commonly found in East Africa, especially Kenya. I'm specifying Kenya because this is where I literally saw it in real life. I've always seen it in a picture. So, and again, the abundance of the plant and its potential medicinal application makes it necessary to research and identify diverse compounds and their significant uses. So aloe vera barbadensis, I hope I got that correctly. Aloe vera barbadensis is a unique plant used for diverse purposes, for example, health, beauty, medicinal, and skincare benefits. Aloe vera is also composed of 3 layers, and I don't want to highlight that right now. Basically, there has been 75 identified compounds in aloe vera. In my work in this whole journey today, I was able to detect like 63 of them. However, my primary goal, one of my primary goals, is to also identify salicylic acid, which is a component part, active ingredient in acetyl acid, which, of course, we know as aspirin. Okay, that was one of my goals. I wanted to see if I can find this anti-inflammatory drug in my work. Unfortunately, I may attribute not finding us to contamination or some other things. So sorry. So aloe vera has anti-inflammatory benefits to the skin due to 75 phytochemicals found in the plant. I will now go ahead and specify that. Also, aloe vera produces 20 of the 22 human required amino acids and 8 of essential amino acids. 8 of essential acids. And of course, my objective now becomes to characterize the certain metabolites from aloe vera populations leaf extract using diverse techniques and machinery such as TLC, GCMS, and HPLC. And also to analyze chromatogram results generated from the entire exercise. Of course, there's a commonality in the materials and methods, so I will now drum-based. It's generic to us, but the only difference is we work with different compounds or different materials, different substances. So, and of course, I will not, actually, this is my first time experiencing HPTLC system and how it works. And I will not really overemphasize this. I just love this whole idea of the sophistication and the automation form of the TLC. It's also used, the use of pre-coded plates with stationary phase project size of not less than 10, that's 10 micrometer, sorry, micrometer diameter. That's not cheap. And it's also used for wider choice of stationary phases. Like we have, we have about 7 groups. Each have different things, and we're able to utilize just the entire samples in one go. That's really significant. And of course, more efficiency because of smaller particles. We all know that smaller particles generate large surface area, so it helps in the mobile phase, mobile phase aspect of the exercise. And also improve data processing capabilities by the use of software and computers. And of course, I will not fail to highlight the applications of HPTLC. It's used primarily in the pharmaceutical industry for control, quality control, content uniformity tests, slash check, food analysis, quality control, additives, pesticides, stability testing, analysis of submicron levels of pathogens, etc., etc. Of course, clinical applications cannot be overlooked. It contains the metabolism, studies, drug screening, stability, testing, etc. Of course, the industrial applications, the process of development and optimization, in process of quality control check, validation, etc. So I will just go over that. And that's my result. I did not do much in the results because as a result of the fact that I could not generate enough quality result based on handling, due to handling rather. So, however, I will also say this that in my sampling or in my analysis, the compounds in leaf extras separate best in the mobile phase of hexane, alkyl acetate, and acetic acid with a ratio of 55, 45, and 3. That's the best. If you click on the number 1, it's going to highlight the separation, makes it clearer and cleaner. And I was able to see the separation if you click on each of those sections or each of those columns. And of course, in the HPTLC separation was observed in all mobile phases, but fingerprints showed low levels of conservation. Of course, we all know the stationary phase, it has to be polar versus non-polar. And if in a situation you have polar or a non-polar, and then of course the mobility would be hampered. Okay. Of course, the antioxidant acid, and also when I did research on my on the aloe vera thing, I found out that it also has some antioxidant activities. And of course, when I saw the main products, the antioxidant manifestation of antioxidant, the compounds in it, I'm like, whoa. Then of course I checked aloe vera. It has a sizable, not sizable, but minuscule some level of antioxidant in it. If you and that was made manifest more at 40 minutes level. Okay. So of course this is my GCMS result. I was able to locate at least 4 compounds. I don't want to tell these names, but they are there. And of course, the LCMS results, I was able to locate and identify 3 compounds, namely hormonal toluene, aldoresin A, and aldoresin B. They were made manifest in the results. And of course, under the LCUV light, I was able to locate Operation B, which has near representation in the identity column, in the identity library. So key conclusion. 8 compounds were discovered. Antioxidant activity would yield soluble content in aloe vera, which I said long ago. Overall, the activities were fruitful and yielded with deserved results. However, in order to optimize future samples, care must be taken to meticulously handle samples correctly and follow procedures accurately. I want to thank everybody. My special thanks goes to the National Science Foundation and Bush State University, International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology, CPEC, University of Nairobi, and I want to thank you very much. And those present here at the Bush Center, I really appreciate your work. You took me to another level, another dimension, and I'm grateful for that. And of course, I don't want to meet Dr. Luca. I want to thank you. We targeted a couple times, and we're on the same wavelength. And I appreciate for your work, all that you do. Thank you so very much.
Okay, good luck.
No $1,000 for no questions.
That's fine. So we'll ask you questions later, but just some overview. When you're giving talk, we don't have abstract, we don't have introduction, we just have a summary introduction, maybe 1 or 2 slides, that should be fine. Okay. So for university, that is very common, that's fine, but in a general audience, just have introduction and that should be okay. And then I saw some typo. I know that's why the way you speak. Like your abstract, you wrote it as abstract. You know, the B was silent and it was silent all the way to your spelling. So please check that out. So because of time, we won't ask him question, but at least during lunchtime we can still ask him question. Now the next 3 presenters, this is how we're going to do it. When somebody from national TV comes to you and asks, what did you find? Okay? You have 3 minutes or less than 3 minutes to explain what you found. So what I'm expecting from the 3 last group is, tell us within less than 1 minute your introduction, and then go straight to your results and use another 3 minutes. Within 5 minutes, your talk should be done. So next is Acacia. 5 minutes should be done.
I know you put so much work into this for 5 minutes.
Alright, so I guess we'll just go ahead and get the show on the road. My name is Raquel. This is my partner Marjorie, and we're investigating the phytochemicals of acacia and aloe in its plant parts. Just a little background about acacia. They typically like seasonally dry climates. They have microorganisms that participate in nitrogen fixation, and they have very deep taproot systems that can reach into underground reservoirs. And they're usually found in Australia, Africa, and the Middle East. Since we have 5 minutes, this picture right here is from sample collection. For the purpose of this study, our samples were from the bark, the pods, and the leaves. Yes, that wasn't on my slide. This is not how it looks. I'm so sorry. Plant collection. I'm sorry. We collected them from. Yeah, I worked so hard at this presentation.
Can you do it on Canva instead?
Yeah,
Because that's not compatible. Yeah.
How about chocolate layers?
Maybe the next group can come in.
Yeah, because you have to do the camera.
Yeah, our presentation is that's not it. Technical difficulties.
Usibane ile siku ile bana ndio ikiwa mfano unapata bwana kama siweze 13 bro usikie fulani walivuza timu ya Brazil walifungwa last minute last 4 usikie ni kama wanafiksi hali sijaelewa pote 90 plus 1 game bado walikuwa mbele wangaanza kwa draw kwa kiwanja umeshikilia muda 94 kuikoleza kibaya hata choka nilisema hata niliongeza ungepata kwa hiyo bwana hata kama ni alama
All right, so we're just gonna work with this. Let's see if we actually know what's going on. But this is our HPTLC results, and of course we have the different mobile phases. The mobile phase that worked best for us was hexane, ethyl acetate, and acetic acid, I believe. And we only decided this because of the prominence of in our samples. And we also did a DPPH antioxidant assay. And this kind of tracks because a lot of the secondary metabolites found in Acacia melodica have antioxidant properties. And for the GCMS results, we found a lot of the same compounds as everyone else, but I would like to pay close attention to the alpha amarin and the beta amarin acetate. Those are very important anti-inflammatory and antioxidant compounds that kind of track with the literature. So it was kind of nice to actually see those results. And of course, we had the same compound as everyone else, but one that's really cool and interesting was the cyclic oxalic sulfur. And if you paid attention, this was in the endophytes group. So we're seeing that maybe Acacia melodica has endophytes that we picked up within our samples. So that was just need further investigation. I'm sorry, y'all.
I think the best would be, because we still have post-session in the evening, so that we don't kill ourselves. Like, things happen.
And okay, fine. What I suggest is we still have some presentation in the during post time. We can borrow some time, okay? And maybe a lesson learned. When you go for bigger presentation, always have your presentation both in PPT and PDF. You know, PDF are less likely to prone to satellite interactions, okay? Which you can still go ahead and present it. So right now, I hand over the program to Professor Sheila. Sheila.
Let me just say that it was able to be open in PDF form.
So it's fine, you'll have time those who have presented. After lunch, we'll have a presentation from Rick, then we'll have your presentation. So you can go for lunch for 30 minutes, and then we come back here. And without this, we'll not have access to lunch. So let me give you this, then you can wake up.
I'm right here.
After getting this, you can go for lunch.
That's how you get it.
Did I give you?
For what? I guess it's your access. I don't like your key.
Alright guys, lunch is only going to be about 30 minutes. It is going to be the best food you've eaten so far, so I highly recommend you get there.
Sasa mtosi imegrow nini na iko imegrow iko na watu wametoka hapo. Sina shughuli napiga moja hawakuwa juu kama tukiwa observation kwa sijui na less than nani.
So 30 minutes. Yeah. I didn't do anything. It's okay.
Yo. Hello. Collins. Check. Collins. Fanyaje? Nitumie nini bwana? Nitumie tungajio link. Tuanze kumtumia sasa. Tulondo. Ngoja nini kwanza hiyo.
Acha nikufuadie.
Sawa hivi.
Nimeelewa.
Nifuadie kwa WhatsApp.
No, si nimetuma kwa Gmail.
Sawa.
Service.
Ni link ya
tuko hapa kuwakilisha
kwa nini unajua Kirinyaga?
Kirinyaga uni.
Ulijua aje?
Si kitambo sasa najua Kirinyaga.
Eti nani alikuwa ananiambia nisomeaga Kirinyaga? Sijui nani hapo juu kwa sana. Sijui nani alikuwa anasema alikuwa anasomea Kirinyaga.
Mimi nakuwa kila mahali mwana. Lakini mimi sisomea Kirinyaga.
Alikuwa anasema hivi.
Nasomea Kiambu. Sasa ni intelligent. Yo, yes, they don't agree. Nikiranka fresh mimi sana. Lakini nasema hii ni pitia yote ni.
Sura rank fresh.
Kiasi Swahili.
Hebu pia na kamera kwanza tupige. Shughulikia watu kwanza.
Boni. Mambo.
Kaa vizuri.
Watu umewasumbua asubuhi.
Achana na hao watu hawajipangi vizuri.
How did you come from your family?
Yeah, we have been told that.
Yes, yes. That's okay.
Mimi ndio niko ofisi. Sina tunapanda. Kila kitu kwa sawa na kitu mzayana niulizia. Na kanuni tu ikiwa huko. Hapa vitu ziko sawa.
Hey, that's my problem. And we have one less. Give that one less. Season is something. Here, take mine. I just told them
Polo. Si basi ujoin basi hiyo ingine zima hiyo zoom ya nini sasa hivi. Turudisha mara nyingine penye. Hapa za kurudisha mara japo. Remaining person. Na finya hii kitu alafu tunazungusha. Kama umefinya. Sasa siuingia sana hiyo link ingine. Mm. 614, 647. Hello, Dr. Ray. Can you hear us clearly? Perfect. The rest are still having their lunch. Yeah, but they're almost done with their lunch. Okay. Think of